Hi there, good morning and welcome to Wednesday here at the MODUS Super Series. And that means Group A is about to come to its conclusion. One player will qualify for finals night on Saturday, and it's looking like it is pretty certain who that is going to be. We'll reflect on what happened yesterday when we saw the good, the bad and the ugly. After a decent day on Monday, it turned out to be a terrible Tuesday for Thomas Younghans. He visibly became increasingly disheartened as he lost all 5 matches, 17 straight legs, and missed 35 darts at double in a dismal day. Adam Atkinson finally got his first win of the week, compounding Younghans's misery with a 4-0 success, the Poolie leaving the Swiss feeling sick, though Adam is still bottom of the table. Tommy Lishman also dished out a bagel to Younghans, one of 3 wins yesterday for the Humberside thrower. The other Swiss star in the field had a rather better experience. Stefan Belmont picked up 3 victories to remain in the top 3 going into the final day of Group A. Sebastian Białecki managed to do what nobody else has. The Bolts beat Bolton to deny Andy a perfect campaign. But the X Factor remains the star of the show. Bolton bounced back from that loss, and it seems to be a matter of when rather than if he wins this group. And the man who's always got the X Factor alongside me this morning, Paul Nicholson. Well, there's only one place to start, isn't there? It's Andy Bolton. Just seems to be cruising towards qualification.
Yeah, he looks really comfortable, doesn't he? Even when he got that loss yesterday against Białecki, he didn't let it perturb him. I think the performance after that just showed us how he responds to defeat. And that's a quality you need in this format, because if you can bounce back immediately, you're going to be tough to displace in a table like this.
Yeah, he hasn't got too much to do. We'll take a look at that table just to highlight how strong a position he is in. Is there a scenario where he can't qualify? I guess we'll talk about the first game he plays, because it is against second place Sebastian Białecki. Absolutely.
Now, Sebastian winning his last game yesterday has put him in position to challenge. And in a funny sort of way, this game with Bolton and Białecki in the first round, it's good for both of them, because it means that if Białecki wins again and goes 2-1 up on Andy for the week, it means that he's still in with a chance. But if Bolton wins, then we have a scenario where he's probably not going to be surpassed.
And do we also have a scenario in that event that we pretty much know which 2 players are going into Group B and which 3 are going into Group C?
Potentially, but if you look at number 4 there in Tommy Lishman, he was on an upward trend on Tuesday. And I get the feeling that someone like him could find his way to the top 3 if he has a really good Wednesday.
Well, Wednesday is what it's all about, to see if the players can just manoeuvre around a little bit. But we'll first reflect on what happened on Tuesday in terms of the numbers. And I think there is one stat in particular, Paul, that, well, it certainly caught my eye. Did it catch yours?
Absolutely. Look at 41 180s for Tuesday. That was an astonishing effort, considering that was 20 more than Monday. I thought Monday was okay at 21, but getting almost double that on Tuesday, a huge effort from Tommy Lishman, getting 15 on his own, so more than a third of the total. That was extraordinary. And we were pushing towards record territory, and I think it was only because we had 5 4-0s yesterday that we didn't get any closer to the record of 52 for a daily campaign. But overall average was down, checkout rate was down. We did get a ton plus average from Andy Bolton, but ultimately it was a really good day of play. And almost half of the legs that were played were breaks to throw. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, if we do get fewer 4-0 scorelines today, you could add, what, 12, 15 legs? Do you think the players could break that record today, or do you think that it's Wednesday, so they might be a little bit more nervy?
Possibly. I don't expect them to get 40-odd 180s again. But that effort from Tommy yesterday of getting 15, that really shocked me. It really went under the radar. And to see someone do that again today, I wouldn't be shocked, but I would be somewhat surprised if we get that amount again. I think a solid effort is somewhere between 20 and 25. That was just an outstanding day yesterday.
Well, let's cast our eyes over today's MODUS Super Series bet builder. Here are the selections for the day into a treble, just under 9-1. Paul, just talk us through those and give us your assessment.
Well, highest checkout for Lishman against Atkinson the reason for that is because Atkinson is the only person this week who has not got a ton plus checkout. Lishman's had a few good outs as well, and he's been playing better this week. So that is really solid at 8 to 11. Handicap betting for Bolton. Obviously, he's at the top of the table, and with Thomas having a poor day on Tuesday, we've gone for the big handicap of 2.5 at 6 to 4. Younghans versus Białecki. Most 180s for Białecki. Reason for that, Białecki's got a really good tally of 180s this week, whereas Younghans hasn't got that many. So I have to agree with all three of them, and I think at nearly 9 to 1, that's a great shot.
Of course, do gamble responsibly. 18 plus begambleaware.org for more information on safer gambling. But the asset approves for the first time this week. Right, the first match today, it's that battle between the two Swiss players. Younghans had a dismal day yesterday after losing that first game 4-3. The rest were 4-0. How does he regroup and try and have a day more like Monday?
I think it's important for him to get a leg early, because obviously yesterday a lot of the defeats were 4-0, and it's not good to see that. So just take everything as it comes. Don't try and put too much pressure on yourself. You're not going to win the group, so you can go out there and try and find something that works for the next few days. And playing someone familiar in the start is probably going to help him, because that's how he started on Monday.
Right, let's get Wednesday's action underway. There might be a few twists and turns yet, and the first match is that meeting between Stefan Belmont and Thomas Younghans, and Paul Nicholson will join Henry Deacon to talk you through it.
Thank you, Chris. Morning, everyone. Welcome to Wednesday at the Super Series, a day where a destiny will be decided one way or another. It looks like Andy Bolton is on the beginning of a victory lap towards qualification to Saturday night, but don't discredit the chances of Sebastian Białecki, who we're going to see in that second match of the day. That is going to paint a big picture as to what's to come. Well, for Stefan Belmont, his key objective today is to guarantee a spot in Group B and an appearance on Thursday and Friday evening, where 3 from 5 will progress their way through to Saturday's finale. As for Thomas Younghans, well, it's all about trying to get the confidence back. He had a really good start to Super Series Live. He won 3 of his 5 matches on Monday, but then won just 3 legs for the entirety of the day on Tuesday. Had a little bit of a chat with Thomas before play got underway this morning, and, well, maybe rather playing it down or just trying to keep things relaxed, he said, hopefully a better day today.
It's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
Well, a big day needs a big ref. Charlie Corsafine, the man in the middle. And talking about big names, they just keep coming at the Super Series, because the asset is alongside me in the commentary box for all of the day's proceedings. Good morning, Paul.
A very good morning, Henry. Changes for Thomas Younghans early today. Not the green flight, so maybe that's an unlucky colour for him. He's gone to the purple set today with the somewhat purple shirt.
60.
Which is a last-minute change, because Thomas was having a little bit of a practice up on the board this morning, and he was using those green flights. So he's decided to make a last-minute alteration. Although, I know you're a big one for branding. It actually works quite well.
60.
I just like symmetry. I like everything to be in order. And we do have a table that does have a bit of order to it. Now, this game
131.
is big for Belmont. We know that Younghans is not going to get into the top 3 without a perfect day. So if Belmont does win this game, it's pretty much fate sealed for Younghans. He will be here
100
in the afternoon session on Thursday and Friday. But Belmont has got a fight on his hands early to make sure that he stays in the top 3. He's 6 points behind Andy Bolton.
100.
And he's not out of the reckoning of winning this group. But if he was to do that today, wow, that would be some feat.
Well, I don't think we'll ever hear the end of it. We will not let you hear the end of it, because it's a 6-point gap to Andy Bolton,
60.
who, remember, has only lost 1 game from 10 this week.
As far as these two are concerned, they've played each other twice this week. And it is 1 game all. But a tale of 2 very different days. Younghans won on Monday. Belmont yesterday, adding to the other 4 defeats that Thomas suffered. I suppose we have to touch on the fact that
47.
Belmont has been fairly consistent this week with his averages. Whereas Thomas, his average plummeted yesterday
94.
His overall average of 82.87 is a touch under Steffen's for the week. But he started with 89.02 in his first 5 games, and that was reduced to 76.72 yesterday. And you don't need to be a
32.
criminologist
Stefan, you require 56.
to look at the microscopic differences to find out why things weren't as good yesterday.
And it looks as if that tale of woe is
Game
going to
shot on the
continue for
first
Thomas
day.
Younghans as
Stefan
Stefan Bellman
Belmont.
takes the opener. That is now 18 legs in a row that Thomas Younghans has
Second leg, it's
conceded.
Stefan to throw first. Game on.
He picked up 3 legs against Sebastian Białecki in his first game yesterday, and then it digressed from that moment onwards.
140.
This is not a light-hearted situation for Thomas. He will feel horrendous that he's lost all of those legs in a row. But I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Thor Ragnarok. Have you seen that before?
I haven't, no.
96.
It's one of the Marvel Universe's better movies. It's quite funny, actually, for a Thor movie. But there's a line in that movie from Loki, played by Tom Hiddleston,
96.
because he was put in under a spell by Stephen Strange. And he says, "I have been falling for 30 minutes." Well, it feels like Thomas has been falling for about 24 hours. And that will not be a nice feeling.
I know the character Loki.
How could you not?
I am Loki. Is that how he did?
Half Asgardian, half Frost Giant.
57.
It is leg 2 of the day. Folks, it's leg 2 of the day.
The thing is, you've got to be ice cold when it comes to some of these games today. We've got game 2, which is Białecki-Bolton.
60.
The result of that game will pretty much stipulate who goes through this group potentially. Being completely on the fence and impartial, I would like this group
94.
to go a little bit further into the day if possible.
Well, in the tail of the first game, it looks as if this isn't really going to go far. Bellman just doing what he needs to. He's averaging just under 89, but Thomas's
140.
struggles seem to
Stefan, you
continue, though. He's
require
found a 140 there.
114.
114 for Belmont to double his lead to 2-0. 94 left, so treble 18 would have given him a dart at tops. And so Thomas Younghans to get a leg on the board just to give him something to work with throughout the course of the day
58.
has won 10.
Thomas, you require 110.
He has one of the biggest checkouts of the week, 146. And it started with a treble 19. Doesn't get the treble he needed, so Belmont could double his lead.
40. Stefan, you require 56.
Maybe 2 at tops for Belmont to double his advantage. 10s.
36.
Great chance
Thomas,
for
you
Younghans.
require 70.
As far as doubling is concerned, his statistics do not read well. Make yourself feel better, TJ.
30.
Good line, but overshoots
Stefan, you
it.
require 20.
And for the week, well, it really does make for horrifying reading on the outer ring for Thomas.
Game shot on
And
the
things
second
are just
leg.
getting worse.
Stefan Belmont.
25% for the week. You might not think that's disastrous,
Third
but
leg, it's
yesterday
Thomas
he
to
was
throw first.
8%
Game
for
on.
the day. He didn't hit a double after his first game. He missed 35 darts at the outer ring.
30.
I'm going to dispense with all the negativity now because we do have to talk about the things that people do wrong as well as the things that people do right. I thought yesterday was superb. Lots of 180s, lots of good performances.
95.
Obviously, the 180s will dominate our headlines here, having 41 of them for the day. But if there was an upward trend in something for Thomas yesterday, it's the fact
140.
that he did get 3 180s yesterday instead of 1 from Monday. That was the one thing he did improve on.
Well, this game looks as if it's going to follow the pattern of Group A so far. We played 30 matches in this group.
59.
18 of them have gone against the darts. Only 12 matches have gone with a player throwing first so far this week.
That's a little bit weird. But when you consider the slide that we had at the start of this show,
55.
showing how many legs were won against the darts yesterday, it is no surprise. Almost half of the legs played yesterday were breaks of throw. That's very unusual.
57.
Just a question for you, Henry. I mean, how many players... We know that 3 players can still qualify through this group. But do Belmont and Białecki genuinely believe that they're going to?
66.
Seb will if he beats Andy. Everything for me in this group depends on what happens in the second game. I think if Bolton beats Białecki, it's done. It's just going to be too hard a gap to bridge in normal
100.
circumstances, let alone a guy who just doesn't look like he's going to lose. We'll talk about Bolton's stats in the next game, and we'll tell you why we think it would be a very, very hard bridge to cross.
There you're getting the side-on view of these players. This is looking good.
174.
That's not good. That's brilliant. And here you can see just how far back Stefan Belmont is holding that stem. He's barely holding the barrel. He's actually
100.
holding
Thomas
the stem just
36.
under the flight joint. Very interesting angle to see his grip. Come on, Thomas. Double 16. Nothing wrong with hitting a 4 there.
20.
He will feel
Stefan,
sick
required
if Belmont
90.
takes this 90, though.
And in the back of his mind, he's probably thinking this is going to go because it may feel like it's been representative of the story of his week. Bully for belly.
Game shot.
Oh,
on the
you just
third
knew it was
leg.
going to go.
Stefan Belmont.
It's another heart sinker for Thomas Junghans. He keeps coming up to the well,
Fourth
he
leg,
keeps
it's
coming
Stefan
up
to throw
dry,
first.
and every
Game
single
on.
time he gets punished, and the look in the background suggests, why always me?
He
98.
was in command of that leg when he hit the 174 to lead double 18. He has had chances. He's had 4 darts of double in this match, but 3-0 down. And it could well be a 5th consecutive 4-0 loss.
140.
He's averaging 75 in this game. He's not really had a problem in his first games over the last couple of days. He played okay in his first game yesterday, but he still lost it 4-3. And he beat Stefan Belmont 4-3 in his first game on Monday, on debut. These players do want to beat their opponents 4-0.
100.
They want to put someone further down when they're currently down. But these guys are from the same country. As much as Stefan wants the result, you've got to be ruthless. But there is a small
84.
portion of you that thinks, I'm making this guy feel worse than he already does. That's sport.
I don't want to make Thomas feel worse here, but if he goes on to concede this leg, he will equalise the record for most consecutive 4-0 defeats, which is currently held by Peter
85.
Manley at 5. That was in week 7 of Series 2. It's an unwanted record that nobody wants, but it's one that
100.
he may well be on the verge of now.
Especially when Stefan is leaving a finish after 12. I just wonder that when he woke up this morning, he may have thought, you know what, if I can get a good start, if I can start well today, I might have a better day. But losing 4-0 again
Stefan
might just
requires
set him on the
79.
path to having another disastrous day here at the Super Series, because it's looking like a match start at tops.
It's Totsa Belmont to pile the misery on Thomas Junghans once again.
39.
Well, he's
Thomas
going to get one more
require
go.
150.
Take this, it would be hilarious. It didn't feel likely, but I think there was a portion of all of us that wanted to see him hit that. But as far as Belmont's
58.
concerned, all he
Stefan
wants to do
require
is get to
40.
14 points, and he can get above Sebastian Białecki by hitting this, albeit having played one more game.
Game, shot,
And on his fourth
and the
match start,
Stefan
Belmont gets the job done. 4-0. It will not make him feel great, but now that he has disposed of Young Hans in that first match, he's done himself a lot of favours. He's still in the race for the top spot, but maybe most importantly, based on what we're about to see, he is now firmly in command in the top 3. It's the biggest game of Group A when we come back. It's Białecki against Bolton.
Welcome back to Wednesday morning's action here at the MODUS Super Series. Not the start Thomas Younghans would have wanted. It was a 5th consecutive 4-0 defeat for the Swiss player. But now our attention turns to the other end of the Group A table. And the X Factor, Andy Bolton, is top of it. He's been an immovable object there all week, but he takes on the man in 3rd place at the moment, trying to chase him down. A game in hand on Stefan Belmont, Sebastian Białecki. If he wins this, he closes the gap to just 2 points. But if Bolton wins it, it's a 6-point difference. And you might say it is as good as done. So can the X Factor get the win, or can Białecki blow the group at least a little more open? Let's find out in the company of Henry Deacon and Paul Nicholson.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, it may be a case of we change the record or the record stays intact as far as Andy Bolton is concerned. A win, and that's probably enough for him to get through. Defeat to Białecki, we have got a race on our hands. That is for sure. But the task, it has to be said for Sebastian, is going to be a tough one, because you look at Andy Bolton's record this week. In the 10 games he's played, he's had just 2 averages below the 90 mark. A weekly average around about 93.5. The only thing maybe that will give him a glimmer of hope is if you actually look at the doubles percentages that's probably the one area where Andy lacks. So if Sebastian can keep the scoring power with the X factor, then maybe it will harbour him with some opportunities.
It is a different day, and it is a slightly different challenge.
First leg, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
But as far as Bolton is concerned, he will feel that the number one position is his and his alone, and he does not want to allow anybody to come into his house. Some things are completely
134.
undeniable this week. Bolton has been the best player. And we could harp on till the cows come home about how good and how consistent he's been with his averages
100.
over the last 2 days. I'm mightily impressed with him. And this reeks of the way he played the last time he was here. He made the
40.
Saturday night on that occasion. He lost out in a final purely because somebody went a little bit bananas in Scott Taylor. But over the last couple of days, he's averaged 93.45. That's more than 31 per dart. That's a very high level. Yesterday, he actually improved. Daily average of 94.25. So he did raise his level just a little bit. And he didn't need to hit a lot of 180s like some other people did. Because, like we always say
36.
with Andy Bolton, it's always about the amount of 2 treble visits he gets. That's what his game is all about.
However, early indications here that things are just a little bit rusty for
93.
Andy. And so Białecki, okay, it's with the darts in the opening leg, has opened up a little bit of an advantage.
$94.
And so he's going to have a little bit of a comfort blanket as far as the opportunity of taking out the opening leg is concerned. And he's going to take full advantage of it.
137.
That'll do very nicely. Both looking for the same score of 171 on their respective leaves. And it might just be the 171.
137.
They both come up with a
Sebastian
137.
54.
So let's get down to the nitty-gritty at the end of the leg. Who's the sharper?
Game shot on the first leg.
What did I say yesterday about
Białecki.
Sebastian? I get the feeling that him being a tops and tens guy might be more fruitful.
Second leg, it's Andy to
That's
throw
a superb
first.
start
Game
on the
on.
outer ring for Bolt.
Bolt gets out the traps the quickest, and although only a hold, it just asks the questions of Andy Bolton a little
97.
bit. And this is the thing, when you've been in a position that Andy's been in, he hasn't been behind too many times in matches. The only defeat, in fact, he's had in the group was to the hands of Sebastian Białecki yesterday.
58.
It's the only player that he has a 1-1 record against. Everything else is 2-0 to him against the opposition.
180.
I already think this is going to be 4-3. Based on what we've seen so far in this match and the consistency levels we've had from
100.
both players. I've mentioned the consistency of Bolton. As far as Białecki is concerned, I likened him this morning to Mike Warburton.
60.
It's a big compliment, by the way, because every time Mike comes here from his home in Wrexham, we know exactly what we're going to get from him. High 80s averages. Every now and again, he's going to put in that
Andy
big
required
performance.
164.
And that's exactly what we've had from Sebastian this week. I don't think he's pleased with his doubles percentage.
140.
Yesterday, he missed an inordinate amount of darts in the bottom left corner. But in the next leg, I will tell you just how much of a difference there is
134.
between his
Andy
Monday
required
performances and his
24.
Tuesday performances.
Game
Let's get
shot on
into
the
it because
second
that's a
leg.
13
Andy
darter
Bolton.
and no messing around on his first leg that he has held through this week. Sorry, today. I'm
Third
getting
leg,
ahead
it's
of myself.
Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
It's the difference between Monday and Tuesday for Sebastian. His average for the first day of the week, 87.44.
100.
87.52 is his overall average because it's just above that for yesterday.
140.
He's hovering around that 87.5 mark when he's here all the time, which is around 17 darts per leg.
180.
In a lot of groups he plays at that level, he will be the best player. But not when someone like Andy Bolton's around. When they're one dart better
55.
all the time.
This is another excellent leg on throw.
140.
Białecki leaving himself on 81 after 9. They're effectively trading blows against each other. Białecki 102.5 the average. Andy Bolton 99, and both have taken out
136.
the first opportunities they've had at a
Sebastian
double.
Require,
Two players
81.
from the proverbial kitchen sink. What's going to give? It could be small margins like this 12. The treble leaves double 13.
Game shot.
Oh,
on the
that's
third
beautiful.
leg. Sebastian
That's a 12
Białecki.
darter. And these two premier players in the group are giving us quite the tungsten tussle here. Białecki
Fourth leg,
leads
it's Andy to throw
2-1. He's
first.
halfway towards
Game
a
on.
victory, which would cut the lead that Andy Bolton had at the top of the table in half.
$55.
Some of these players who do play an awful lot of knockout darts, they feel more comfortable in this scenario than, say,
125.
being tied on points with someone on a Wednesday morning. It's almost like they get a bigger kick out of, I must win this game.
59.
That urgency is needed for some people. And this performance so far is very reminiscent of the best we've seen from Sebastian this week. And indeed, some of the best that we've seen
58.
from Andy, because these are the only two players who have averaged in 3 figures this week in a game. And we haven't seen a missed dart at double yet, which is very encouraging.
134. $85.
I spy with my little eye a little opportunity for Sebastian if one more error is made from X Factor.
99.
That's intelligent. You leave 153 there, you've got a finish of 3 different departments on the board. Whereas if you need to take this 154, you'd rather have 2 dots at the same
54.
treble.
And you require
233 there for
154.
Sebastian. We'll talk about that in the next leg because that was superbly intelligent counting-wise. It didn't work, but he had the right idea.
54.
So all he can do is try and force the issue of Bolton on throw. He's got a ton to level up at 2 apiece, but that's another slip into
32. And you require
the department
100.
next door. And so Bolton is back for a ton. It's tops. Well, it's the first dart missed at double in the game.
80.
And he's missed a second. He's opened up
Sebastian,
the door for
you require
Białecki if he can find the
147.
147 to break.
Too much to ask for. And he will be very thankful.
87.
Sebastian's
And you
previous
require
visit
20.
was not up to scratch.
Game shot on the fourth
That is,
leg.
though.
Andy Bolton.
So let's talk about 233. And if you're a player out there who's looking to improve on your
Fifth
approach
leg,
shots,
Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
233 is a number which I was talking to someone about last night. Starting on 19s is absolutely the right thing to do.
98.
Whether you're an intermediate player or a really good player like these guys. Reason for that is, if you score 7 19s, which is 2
58.
trebles and a single, that leaves a 2 darter of 100. That's a good scenario. Plan A, obviously, is to get all 3 trebles.
140.
That will still get you into 2 dart range. But if you get 2 single 19s, that then frees up the idea of the bullseye and 25 to still leave a finish.
59.
That's why Sebastian doing that proves just how clever he is as a 19-year-old dart player. He is elite when it comes to counting.
96.
And he is there as well. He knew that 4 19s would leave a finish.
You likened him similar to a robot a couple of days
100.
ago.
Sebastian, you require 167.
That's because he makes all the right calls.
I meant that in a nice way. Nobody likes a Terminator when they come back to try and terminate you. But he does have that sort of
97.
mentality. He doesn't give too much away.
And at the minute, he knew that he had the advantage of throw.
100.
And he is using
Sebastian requires 70.
it to the fullest. He's got 6 from 70 for a 3-2 lead, and to go within a leg of defeating Bolton. It's going to be a dart at tops. He can come back if he wants.
Game shot on the
Doesn't
fifth
have to.
leg.
He leads
Sebastian
3-2 and he's a leg
Białecki.
away.
Somebody's been listening to us.
6th leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game
Yesterday, he spent a lot of time on 16s and 8s and missed it a lot. I speculatively said, maybe if he had something like 70, that
60.
treble 10 would be the play. What's he just done? That's really interesting.
Sebastian the student, as Andy Bolton comes up dry at the beginning of leg
140.
6 of the darts. Białecki has stolen it right from his grasp of that 140. And suddenly here, Bolton's in trouble.
Just consider
100.
how many darts at double Sebastian's had this week. He's had more than anybody, even more than Andy. 114 he'd had before this. Now he's at 117 and he's at
45.
37. But changing the game plan on day 3 is a gutsy move. If it bears fruit,
60.
you never know. It might be enough just to snag that first spot today. But even if it doesn't, and he still has a good day, you're going to fancy Sebastian to make Saturday night again for the 3rd consecutive time.
100.
Bolton needs a couple of trebles here. It's as simple as that.
Maybe Białecki is the only one who's got Andy's number.
43.
He might be the only person to beat him in this group, and it might not be good enough.
Because even if Sebastian wins this game, he moves on to 16, but he's still got to rely on slip-ups elsewhere. And the leg difference could also
58.
be a big thing as well, because if he ends up winning this 4-2, he's still got to try and put a gap of 6 legs in that particular department.
135. Sebastian, you require 158.
Bolton leaves himself on 103, but this is the first chance to win it for Białecki. Another one of them would have left double 19 for the match.
81. Andy, you require 103.
That visit was working out pretty well until dart 3. Bolton's not going to hang on.
28.
He'll have to survive
Sebastian, you
possibly
require 77.
2 match darts. Just the one. He hasn't missed a double in the whole game
57.
until then.
Andy, you require 75.
To save the match. Match statistically, which is Andy Bolton's 2nd worst of the week. Still averaging 87. But he's going to need to take this tops to take us the
35.
distance. It doesn't happen.
Sebastian, you require 20.
And Białecki now has a bona fide opportunity to beat Bolton. 5s.
$15.
He's had his chance.
Andy, you require 40.
It's as simple as that. He's had 4 darts to beat Andy Bolton by 4 legs to 2. Double 10.
Game shot
And
on
he
the
does
6th
survive on
leg.
dart 3.
Andy Bolton.
But here's the crux of what I've just said about the fact that he's had his chance. He still has
7th
another
and
one.
final leg. It's Sebastian
With
to throw
the darts.
first. Game on.
But how does he bounce back after the knowledge of losing that 6th leg?
On paper, this is the easier leg to win for
96.
Białecki, but when you consider what's all been and gone, will Bolton have his tail up? This is the biggest leg of the group. Don't let that be underestimated. Bolton wins this. He moves 6 points clear. With 8 points left to play for.
28.
You could probably discredit any other runner in the race. However, Białecki can get over the line. There is still something to play for.
And there's still something to play for when it comes
96.
to Stefan Belmont. If Białecki wins, because it limits where Bolton can get to And all of a sudden,
135.
Belmont joins the race. And he's got Białecki next. So if you've had a little flutter on Andy Bolton to win this group,
99.
don't be cashing in that betting slip yet. Things might get a little bit treacherous over the first couple of rounds today. Just remember, over 18s only, begambleaware.org for more
60.
information. And please gamble responsibly if you choose to do so today.
Well, Andy Bolton went into today as the 1-12 favourite to win the group. Sebastian Białecki was a 7-1, pretty much no hope in that particular
58.
scenario. But that is the worst possible time for a dry visit. A couple of troubles here for Bolton. Changes the complexion of this deciding leg.
100.
6 starts in the match now for
Sebastian
Białecki from 152.
152.
Sensible.
96.
Really sensible. There is that temptation with that lie to try and attack that 60 to leave double six. But you don't want to do that. Don't leave yourself on small number
138.
doubles.
Sebastian, you require 56.
Give yourself big number doubles. He's already had 4 for the match. He has more.
Game,
Tops
shot,
to
and the
depose
match.
the man at the
Sebastian
top.
Białecki.
And Sebastian Białecki is still in the race to win Group A as he beats Andy Bolton. It's the second defeat of the week for Bolton, and both of them have come to the hands of Sebastian Białecki with an average of, listen to this, 8-8, 8-8. Great as far as Białecki is concerned. As he beats Bolton, he keeps the race very much alive now for qualification through Group A. Coming up after the break, Tommy Lishman makes his bow on Wednesday. He takes on Adam Atkinson after this.
Welcome back. Well, game 2 made things a little bit more interesting, didn't it? When Białecki beat Bolton again, and that race for top spot is well and truly on. As you can see, Sebastian now just 2 points behind Andy Bolton, and he could be level by the time Bolton throws his next dart. But game 3 is about to get underway, and it features maximum man Tommy Lishman, who racked up 15 180s yesterday. That's just 3 fewer than the Super Series record of 18. Lishman faces Adam Atkinson, who got his first win of the week yesterday. It's Humberside versus Hartlepool, with Henry Deacon and Paul Nicholson describing the action.
Thanks, Murph. And well said about the maximums of Tommy Lishman yesterday. What an effort from the red-headed Humberside man, because 15 and now 19 for the week. That is a really good total.
It's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Maybe just proving how much potential this man has. He was on an upward trend yesterday, Henry. And if he continues that,
58.
he may still not make the top 3, because he has a 6-point gap between himself and Stefan Belmont. But watch out, Group C, if that's where he goes, because I get the feeling he's going to cause problems wherever he goes now.
137.
That Group C may well get shaken up by the inclusion of Tommy Lishman. Group C, which is going to see Scott Mitchell, James Sutherland and Josh Richardson added to the mix. And just to show a little bit of his variety, he's not just the maximum man in terms of 180s, he's also providing us with a little bit of Dundas-ness. A 174.
100.
For those who don't know, Anthony Dundas is a famous Scottish referee whose 174 calls is an absolute beauty. Talk about beauties. Talk about that counting.
That is really good. We referenced it a little bit on Tuesday about how creative and how savvy he was on approach.
58. Tommy, you require 167.
He's maybe better than I'm giving him credit for. I'm not often excited by
57.
a new talent as much as I've seen as Tommy Lishman this week, but there are signs, there is evidence to suggest that he could turn into something that almost reminds me of Scott Williams. Creative finishing, creative approach play, big maximum hitting. If he can find a little bit more consistency
39.
in
Tommy,
using this week to vault
110.
himself into a more confident category, I think we may have unearthed something here.
He's one of those, where have you been players?
Adam, you require 167.
We were saying the same thing about Adam a year ago when he made his debut in Southampton. Things have not gone his way over the last year. It's never smooth sailing.
26. Tommy, you
Dart's
require
career.
24.
You're going to have ups and downs. 2 sixes for the lefty.
Game shot on the first
A very
leg.
tidy
Tommy
opening
Lishman.
17 darter for Tommy, who has been impressive this week.
Second leg, it's Adam to throw first.
Average
Game
yesterday in excess of 90. That gets my attention as well. Overall average for the week over 89. That is the kind of level that will get you a lot of legs, a lot of matches, and a lot of
34.
success here in the MODUS Super Series.
And when you look at some of the numbers
134.
in his Vault Series events, he's playing way above the numbers that we were looking at going into this week. And it just, maybe he's one of those players that maybe the stage has just given him something where he can express himself a little bit more. And you know what these sometimes these competitions on the floor can be like. You be put on loads of boards and that, and sometimes you're being respectful to players on other boards. When it is just you in that arena, you've got that absolute freedom to express yourself.
I was talking to somebody recently about a venue that is very widely cared for in the northeast of England. It's called the White House Unique Social Club in Ashington, run by a good friend of mine, Gary Reid. Hope you're well, Tug, if you're watching.
41.
When you play on the floor in their events, a lot of the boards are quite close together, but they have a stage board as well. And everybody prefers to play on the stage. Why? Because they've got more room. On this stage here, You've got plenty of room to walk around, space to breathe. You don't have to worry about bumping into anybody. Maybe you're onto something here, Henry, because he might feel more comfortable playing up there than anywhere he's ever played.
43.
Hence, why he's playing at such a good level.
100.
And he is streets ahead of the minute. He's averaging just under 95. As for Adam, well, there's been signs of promise from him this week, but mixed amongst those signs have been moments of concern. And I just wonder whether today he's got to try and put as much confidence and then just try and completely reset going into tomorrow's action.
44.
The problem he's got is that people around him are getting better. And if they're not getting better, they're at a more consistent level all week than he has been at. And he hasn't started any daily campaign well.
42.
72 was first average yesterday. 62 was first average on Monday. And this feels like more of the same.
Tommy Lishman.
Because Lishman looks as comfy as a man on a Sunday morning who's been promised a lie until 12
Third
o'clock.
leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game
A
on.
lion? What's one of them?
A lion is a thing that you'd find amongst other lions roaring a lot
58.
in Africa. Oh, come on, Henry. You walked right into that one.
Yeah.
And you've got to roar when you come here on a Saturday night, because when people are here, you can express yourself
55.
a little bit more, can't you? I'd be fascinated to see if Tommy makes Saturday night, what kind of brand of game he would bring.
58.
Now, I'm not going to name names this morning, but this is kind of funny. I was walking to the venue with someone this morning, and we were talking about Tommy a little bit and how impressive he's been.
97.
And this person said to me, doesn't he look like that kid from Happy Gilmore that caddies for Adam Sandler? And I honestly had to bend over and laugh because it is kind of hilarious.
65.
I've just got a mental image of you walking down a random street in Portsmouth having to stop outside someone's post box for oxygen because you thought killed over in a fit of laughter.
It really was quite funny.
100.
But what isn't funny for Adam is the possibility that Tommy could get another one over him.
80.
Lishman seems to have had Adam's number this week, that's for sure. You look at Lishman's metrics,
59.
and a lot of them are very admirable. There's not a great deal going wrong. He's just maybe looking for that extra step
73.
to be in the bracket of a Bolton or somebody who has won a weekly title. He could join the list of players who have come here through the ADC and won the week. Remember Adam Mould? How can we forget?
60.
He's currently ranked number
Tommy
one in the
Rakai,
ADC system.
167.
Yeah, made it through to Champions Night at Champions Week in Series 2.
131.
As
Adam
Lishman leaves
Rakai,
himself
130.
on double 18 if this doesn't go for Atkinson. Treble for the ball. Not to be, and Lishman can open up a 3-0 lead here.
That dart plagued him yesterday. That small one
40.
where the dart just
Tommy
hangs in
Rakai,
the air and
36.
veers to the right.
Game shot on the
Superb
third
from
leg.
Lishman.
Tommy
Absolutely
Lishman.
brilliant. He's doubling 3 hits from 4 attempts.
Fourth leg,
And if
it's
you
Adam
think
to throw
that's
first.
impressive-
Game on.
On Tuesday, he did have a game where he went 100% against Thomas Younghans. It was his best performance of the day, averaging 98.56. But 100% on the doubles, the sole person to do that this week.
80.
Well, interestingly, if you actually have a look at his doubles figures, it's as impressive as anyone. In fact, In game 9 against Adam yesterday,
134.
he had 20 darts at double. Now, in all of the games before that, he had only had 45. So when he's getting opportunities, he takes them.
Yeah, that's correct. 2 from 6 in his first game, 4 from 4 in the next, which is the one I've just referenced. 4 from 8 in game 4, and 2 from 11 in the other one. But the one in the middle that you mentioned, 4 from 20. But winning 16 legs in a day, that's not bad.
100.
If you compare that to everybody else yesterday, that was the third best. Because Andy Bolton won 18, Białecki, sorry, had 18, and then Tommy Lishman got 16.
123.
Definitely an upward trend. He won 3 more legs yesterday than he did on Monday.
125.
Today. That'll be an excellent showing.
That'd be almost as many as you had for the whole of day 1.
If you get 19 legs in the bank today, you're only one short of a perfect day.
62. Tommy, you require 142.
So 142 to get the job done. He's got 6 on this juncture.
And ironically, he's got no 180s in this game. He hasn't needed them.
118.
You just keep nodding your head and approve. That's all you can do with this guy.
It's almost as if, in that position, he knows which way he probably should go, but his brain works slightly more intelligently, and he thinks, I'm going to go a different way. Tell you what he is doing. He's keeping Charlie sharp.
5. Tommy, you require 24.
Well, double 12 to almost put Adam out of his misery and to pick up the points for Lishman. Double
Game,
12 is found for a
shots, and the
13
match,
dart leg.
Tommy
and Tommy
Lishman.
Lishman just continues to impress at the Super Series. An average of 92.5, 4 out of 5 on the doubles. Moves him on to 10 points in the group. A 4-0 win for Lishman. And to Adam Atkinson. The woes continue for him as he comes off stage, walks off stage. We're going to take a break. Belman Białecki comes up after this.
So 3 games down here on Wednesday morning at the MODUS Super Series. And what's happened so far, well, it's Stefan Belmont, a 4-0 winner against Thomas Junghans in the opener. But the pivotal result is that second one, Sebastian Białecki beating the league leader Andy Bolter to keep things interesting. And then Tommy Lishman getting a 4-0 win against Adam Atkinson, who is struggling this week. That means in terms of the table that Białecki is a couple of points behind Bolton and could be level after the game he's about to play. He is about to take on third place Stefan Belmont. Yesterday, when Białecki beat Bolton, he then lost to Belmont in the next game. If he can reverse that result, then he will join Bolton at the top of the table. A win for Belmont, and he keeps his hopes of winning the group alive. So this Sebastian-Stefan showdown will be described by Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon.
Well, thank you very much, Chris. And, well, the big games just keep coming. The beginning of round 2 is pretty much priming who the contenders are going to be to challenge Andy Bolton at the top of the table. Sebastian Białecki can move level on points with the X Factor, whereas Stefan Belmont can keep himself interested in the race.
First leg, it's Stefan to throw first.
Would Andy Bolton feel with a Stefan Belmont victory that he's pretty much on the hill and maybe a couple more wins would do it?
Unquestionably, right now, Andy wants Stefan to win. And even that seems a bit strange saying that, because if Belmont was to beat Białecki and get to 16 points, he'd have 2 players 2 points behind him. But with a game in hand,
140.
ultimately against the charging Tommy Lishman, Bolton would much rather Belmont wins this, he beats Lishman, and he then goes 4 points ahead with only 3 games to go. That is the correct scenario for Bolton. As for these two, they just want these 2 extra points to get as close to Andy as they possibly can.
80.
Well, it wasn't quite it's in, it was out, and that just jangled all about. It was a tungsten hokey cokey. Love to see that again.
60.
Round 1 went pretty well for these two. They couldn't really have asked for more. Białecki beats Bolton
30.
to keep things alive, and Belmont gets the bagel win against his fellow Swiss player in Junghans to stay in the race himself. And he, funnily enough, has got a better leg difference than his opponent
140.
now, even though he is behind him in the points tally. Plus 12 for Belmont. Plus 10 for Białecki.
180.
And the first maximum call in this game for Charlie Costerfein.
Will he be calling out the 1-2-1 for Belmont? He's going to get a data double 14.
107.
Just grazes the wire the other side. The U's and the R's are audible from the practice room, from where we are in the commentary box. These are big moments. Everybody can sense it. And so Białecki here is going to get 1 dart at the bullseye.
40. Stefan, you require 14.
Just looked a bit ragged there after missing the 17 with his first dart. Same weight of dart, just to the right.
Game shot on the first leg.
Maybe a bit of extra sauce on that one for a 1-0 lead. Stefan 5-0 up for the day. He'll be feeling very, very chipper.
Second leg, it's Sebastian to throw first.
For Wednesday, that's for sure. Doesn't give a great deal away, even when he's losing or winning. You can say the same about Sebastian.
100.
Now, there's something about Sebastian's performances this week which have piqued my interest. We have these notepads in front of us that we fill in at our leisure, and we keep track of people's daily statistics, weekly statistics, and individual performances. Something weird is happening with Sebastian Białecki this week, because he's getting himself a nice little collection of something called mirror averages. We did reference in his first game that
100.
His average was 88.88. But if you think that's an isolated incident, think again. This week, over the 3 days, he's had 4 mirror averages in the 80s. 82.82, 83.83, 87.87, and the one that I mentioned a little bit earlier, of all of the
Sebastian require
eights.
167.
I'm going to keep track to see whether he can go full bingo card this week, and if he does, that will never have happened here before.
Białecki bingo.
97.
In the minute, it's a 10.11. And he's on the verge of leveling his game up at one apiece. Remember, he did have a dart at the bullseye to break Belmont in the opening leg.
Sebastian requires 70.
And if he takes his 70, it means it'd be only the second game from 4, which has actually seen both players win a leg because we've seen 2 4-0 victories so far today. Białecki finds a 14 to level us up at one apiece. And we expected this one to run tight and run close. And that is exactly the case in this one. 1-1, nothing to separate
Game
them.
on.
270 checkouts today, both of them on tops. I'm not going to say it's down to me that
140.
he's actually starting to go that route, but if he was watching his games back from yesterday and he's taken heed of what we were saying, then he deserves all the credit for that.
59.
Being bold enough to change what he wants to do on the dartboard. It just goes to show that he is someone who takes advice. Or, if he didn't watch the games back yesterday, and someone has told him
140
about his misses, and the misses that he would have felt as well. If he's someone who is willing to change his game plan midweek
58.
to better his success, then that tells me something about him, because there are many players who will stick to the same game plan for years and years and years and not change because they're stubborn. Obviously, Sebastian is not.
140.
But maybe is Belmont doing to Białecki what Białecki did to Bolton, in the fact that he is saving his good legs with the darts, and that's all he has to do in this game. He has the advantage of throwing the odd-numbered legs, and he leaves himself on 81 after 9. He's got 6 from here to open up a 2-1 lead. Doesn't have to go 12 or ball.
49.
Absolutely fine. And you're right in your assessment, Henry, because when you're showing this much strength on your own throw, it casts
95.
doubt to
Stefan
your opponent that they will
32.
break you. And that's exactly what Białecki needs to do.
Game shot on the
Unbreakable
third
Belmont.
low. Stefan Belmont.
And incidentally, you say the players can be split. Actually, having a look at the bookmakers'
Fourth leg,
odds
it's
before the game
Sebastian
got
to throw
underway,
first.
they
Game
couldn't
on.
split them. They were 5-6 dogs the pair.
I'll forecast something that's going to happen next year, because I am
100.
certain that Stefan is going to qualify for the new European Tour event in Switzerland next year. And because of the connotations with his name, I wouldn't be surprised if lots of people in the crowd bring bells for every
96.
leg that he wins.
It won't be the first time we've seen a couple of bells in a darts crowd, but
I think about what's happening in Poland
134.
in a couple of weeks' time as well. They'll have a World Series event there. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Białecki's qualified for it. Not yet.
it should be a big, big player to miss out in an event like that.
60.
There's only so many spots. And the time it took for that event to sell out tells us a lot. Darts in Poland
140.
is about to explode.
Well, the European Tour over a number of years has been a German-dominated event in the fact that a lot of events are out there. But you look at the likes of Hungary, Czech Republic, Poland. I can imagine there being more events in the Nordic
Sebastian
region to
Require,
come in the next few
127.
years as well. The expansion further out in Europe is so palpable at the minute.
That's what I want to see here. I want to see more Scandinavian players
87.
under this roof before we even get into what could possibly happen down the track. I think we need a change in Danish, Swedish, Finnish, Norwegian and Icelandic darts
134.
for more of
Sebastian
their
Require,
players to be
40.
exposed to things like this. Double 10. It's an outside
20.
chance.
Stefan Require,
But it's gettable.
128.
Treble 20 for the bull. He's already had a bullseye finish today, Belmont, on the back of the 90 against Thomas Junghans. And so Białecki back
20.
for the 4th consecutive holder throw.
Keeps wiring this double 10. That's a lovely
Game
shot.
on the 4th leg. Sebastian
There was an element of
Białecki.
doubt about whether Bolt would get that shot. But he is cool
5th
under
leg, it's
pressure, isn't
Stefan
he?
to throw first.
Still
Game on.
searching for that break that he needs. He doesn't get it. Belmont is going to join him on 16 points.
100.
Not a flicker of emotion from either player. It is like a Texas Hold'em game of darts. The poker faces are there to see.
96.
The only thing we're missing is players wearing sunglasses whilst playing.
Well, if we do have an event in Hungary, that will most definitely happen.
Why do you say that?
45.
Can't remember the player's name, but there's a Hungarian player who played with sunshades on his...
Josef Rukška.
That's the one.
100.
If I remember rightly, as Białecki hits his second max of the match, he was at Lakeside last year and was the interpreter for a very good player called Veronica Ihash.
Yes, he was. Good player. Is
140.
bit of a cool dude as well, actually.
Veronica actually broke the record at the Lakeside last year for the highest finish in a Women's World Championship match, 164
85.
against Bo Green, and caused Bo a lot of troubles in that game. Took the first set.
Yeah, the only reason why Veronica doesn't travel is because she's very much at home in Hungary and playing in places like Serbia and Czech Republic. She keeps it local.
Sebastian required 140.
If she went international, she'd cause problems for everyone. Look what's happening again. Double after 12 for Belmont.
43. Stefan
If this keeps
required
happening,
36.
We might have to call him Bulletproof Belmont. Or will he slip up? He's going to split it. Courage of the conviction. That's brilliant from Stefan. This is a really good performance. And if you consider that his best average this week
Sebastian to throw first.
is a losing
Game
average
on.
of 91.31, this proves that he's playing his best now.
77.
The worst possible time for a bounce out for Białecki. But also what that told you when he split that is to say to Seb, I only need one dart. I only need one dart. He took it with the 1 dart.
93.
And then you're starting to plant that seed of doubt in the mind.
That one sticks in there just about. That's a nice little bounce back from Seb. You said it, Henry. You thought this one was going to go all the way.
42.
It's looking likely. And the only two results we've had so far today, 4-3 and 4-0. Again, masterful counting.
171.
Great use of the treble 19.
Doesn't have to go the champagne route. Białecki doesn't have to go all vive cliquet.
92.
He won't.
Sebastian, you require 132.
Or will he? Cheeky little sausage. Leaves tops.
92.
Well, if you're going to leave a double like that, what's the point in going bullseye? You're better off just trying to click a 92 with 80 on the 20s and a big 12, or even getting yourself a big ton.
100.
Till 32.
Sebastian, you require 40.
But 13 darter, a 5-visit leg to send us to the 7th.
Game shot on the
and to the
6th
7th we go.
Sebastian
And once again,
Białecki.
Sebastian Białecki is involved in a big last leg decider. He got the better of Andy Bolton by that scoreline in the
Seventh
opening
final
game.
leg. It's
If he
Stefan to
can
throw
win
first.
this
Game on.
deciding leg, then he will put himself onto 18 points, and Andy Bolton will suddenly be breathing just that little bit
100.
heavier.
The worst case scenario for X Factor is not that bad now. because this game is so close. With Andy's leg difference at plus
44.
18. Stefan's at plus 12. And Białecki at plus 10. Andy's leg difference is not going to be troubled just yet.
60.
If someone had won this big, let's say Białecki had won by 4 legs to 1, he really would be knocking on the door. But at the minute, that leg difference
137.
is the secret weapon of X Factor. Andy's probably now not bothered who wins this leg. It's all about what he does next when he plays Tommy Lishman in Game 6.
45.
Is that the slip that opens up the door for Białecki? It may well do. Well, he's taken on a Swiss player, but he's got the timing of a Swiss
140.
watch.
If he'd walked away with a ton there, he would have been livid. That first start was as perfect as it gets.
140.
Superb game of darts. Really good. Another look at the averages, both considerably over the 90 mark. Białecki is not first to a finish in leg 7
60.
here. And even though he's performing at a higher level
156.
statistically, he could lose this game.
He's going to get a crack at the Shanghai. He's already got one of these this week as
60.
Sebastian Białecki. He
Sebastian
got that in that 4-2 defeat to Andy
120.
Bolton on Monday. Can he finish off by climbing the ladder, which would put him to a tie at the summit of the group? Top rung. Game one
shots,
and game on
match.
in the race
Sebastian
for Group A
Białecki.
qualification. As Sebastian Białecki beats Stefan Belmont by 4 legs to 3, and 2 last leg deciders see Seb in the race for top place. A 97 average, 4 out of 10 on the doubles. He's saved the big performances for the big day on Wednesday. After the break, Adam Atkinson against Thomas Junghans.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Well, you might well be here on Saturday night, but who will be here from this group? It looked like a foregone conclusion at the start of the day, but as you can see, Andy Bolton has been pegged back. That win for Sebastian Białowieski against the X Factor, followed up by the victory over Stefan Belmont in the previous match, means that he is very much in the race. And from that race to a pair off the pace now as Adam Atkinson takes on Thomas Younghans, who's looking to avoid a couple of unwanted records after losing his last 5 games 4-0 and losing his last 21 legs in a row. The record is 22. Both of those records unwanted, held by Peter Manley. Maybe he is just about the only man who doesn't want Younghans to win the first leg here. Back to Paul and Henry.
Thank you very much.
First leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Very eloquent, Murph. And there are records out there that people just don't want to have. We will keep an eye on things. But first and foremost, Adam Atkinson is looking for another win. That's all he wants. He didn't start well today, but then again, he hasn't started well this week.
28.
It's interesting to see what we get from him because he has, Henry, over the last 21 hours or so, started to get this tendency of losing his line.
100.
Yeah, we can possibly see it as the game goes on. There's been a lot of juice into the 5 and the 1, and well, there you go. Case in point. Now, sometimes you can have those ones that are quite close, but then you see this with the second dart there in the treble.
81.
The 3 darts that just going in 3 completely different places. There's not really been much that's been bunched together this week.
Yeah, his maximum shooting yesterday was much improved. 6 maximums.
60.
1 on Monday. So he did click a little bit there, but the in-between scores were nowhere near what he wanted. But we can't deny the fact that these two have really struggled over the course of the last couple of
43.
days. Thomas Younghans, not so much on Monday. That was a great day. But yesterday, it has completely evaporated any confidence he brought here to Portsmouth this week. And now he's got to rebuild.
60.
I'd look at a visit like that and I'd see a positive. He only scored 60, but all 3 darts were magnetically together. Really good. That's a good sign.
Well, in this scenario, you almost start again, and a lot of the people that I'm
96.
very fortunate to work with in this commentary box, yourself included, do a lot of coaching. And one of the first things that you as coaches say to beginners is, forget about where in the board it is. Look at how the darts have gone
60.
in. And effectively, if you're going through that process of having just to go over things again, is it pretty much just as basic as looking at things like that?
Sometimes. I think it's difficult to think that way when you're playing in a competitive match. But you can
60.
remove game pressure in this one to a certain extent, because here in Game 5, we have 2 players who are going to be in Group C over the next couple of days. Younghans sitting on 6 points.
170.
Well, that's encouraging. Very good, TJ. Now, Adam Atkinson on 2 points. They will be here from 1 o'clock over the next couple of afternoons to start fresh.
127.
Come on,
Thomas, you
Thomas. You
require
don't want this
51.
unwanted record. Get this double hit.
12.
It's not there.
Adam, you require
And Adam
66.
could make him feel even worse.
Well, Adam can get his kicks on Route 66, and it may lead Junghans into a highway to hell. It's going to be double 18 to compound the misery.
48. Thomas, you require
So let's
39.
get it straight. If Junghans hits this 39 checkout, he will not be the co-record holder of the most consecutive legs lost.
23.
Now, if Adam clicks
Adam,
the
you
18,
require 18.
it means that Junghans will have lost 22 straight legs, which is the record held by Peter Manley.
Splits. Has to move across. Finds a double 8, and Thomas Junghans is the
Atkinson.
bearer of the most wretched and unwanted record at the Super Series. He's tied level now with Peter
Second
Manley
leg,
for the
it's
most
Thomas to throw
consecutive legs
first.
lost at
Game on.
22.
Well, let's have a look at what he's been doing wrong today. And unfortunately, it's what's been going wrong over the last couple of days. His
85.
first game, he had 4 darts at double, missed them all. 4 darts at double in this game, he's missed them all. I know he's not scoring to his best potential, but he's not doubling anywhere near what he needs to do.
100.
And everybody loves the number 23. It was the number of Michael Jordan, David Beckham at certain clubs. People think that that number is synonymous with
41.
greatness. But if Junghans loses this leg, it's 23 consecutive legs lost. And that is something that he does not want to have next to his name.
And at this point, it just becomes endemic.
24.
And part of the issue here is both players are going through this same mill. Both players are going through the motions. They're both going through Shredsville. And you know how we talk about players bringing each other up? Well, when you've got two
95.
players that are lagging in the confidence department going toe-to-toe, well, that same feeling can engross a game as well. That's more like it. Couldn't build on it.
By the way, I like the name
122.
Shredsville. It actually isn't a town in the world, so maybe there should be a town called Shredsville. Junghans loses this leg. Shredsville, population 1.
100.
Nice positive last start there from Thomas, though. Like to see that. We've been encouraging him over the last day and a bit. We don't want him to go down this route. We want to see these guys win legs and succeed. But we
99.
have a somewhat polarizing sport here where there are no draws. Someone's got to win. Someone's got to lose as a result of that. That's a good dart. Do you want to know why?
140.
Because it completely eliminates the possibility of a bust shot.
156.
So he is going to get another look to stop the rot.
96. Thomas should require 40.
I know about you, but he wants to keep it at 22.
He hasn't hit a double since his first game yesterday. And he still
20.
hasn't.
Adam, you require
There
60.
haven't been bad darts at double, though, in this game. They have come close, but it's so close yet so far. And greatness and weakness in this sport is defined by the meagerness of a wire.
Double top.
20.
Another chance for Junghans to
Thomas
get his
require
first leg of the
20.
day. And his first leg since he played Białecki in game 1 yesterday.
shot
And
on
he's
the
done
second
it.
leg.
Well done, Thomas.
Junghans.
You are the co-holder of one of the unwanted records, but you're not going to be the sole owner
Third leg,
of
it's
it.
Adam to throw first. Game on.
First leg in around 24 hours.
But now he just has to relax. He doesn't have to worry about that now. He's got the leg on the board. And in this scenario, it is small things which you've just got to build a foundation upon. And so for Thomas's sake, that is something to build upon. Because we don't like seeing those sorts of records being made or broken or things like that.
But don't be surprised if Thomas goes on to win this game now that he's got a win under his belt, albeit a small win. But I always said, and I categorised this yesterday, confidence can't be found.
95.
It needs to be built. That's the first brick right there. Now that he's got it, build another one by winning another leg, doing good things again. And he is improving. I know he's averaging high 70s
100.
here, but that is an improvement on yesterday. Let's face it, Adam has been predominantly averaging in the 70s this week. He's had a very large range, actually. His highest average of 87.32 was a losing average, but his lowest was in the low 60s, so his range is around 25 points. That's too big.
57.
But he's in the driving seat here in leg number 3. We've got one more match in round 2 after this between Bolton and Lishman. Just imagine
83.
the carnage in this table if Tommy Lishman wins.
Lishman could give us limbs at the Super Series.
100. Adam, you require 88.
Lovely dart. Double 14 for the lead.
81.
It was an aggressive try.
Thomas, you require 104.
Wasn't defensive on that double 7 at all. Gave it a really good go.
Can he find the treble for double 12? Double 12 for back-to-back legs.
92.
It was almost like London buses for Thomas Young Hans.
Adam, you require 7.
These are the finishes that nobody practices. Double 2. That hampers his chances a little bit. Hence the angle created from the right-hand
3.
side. But those two
Thomas,
darts
you require
dipped
12.
well before the line. Double 6.
Game
And
shot
Thomas
on the third
has got
leg.
2 in a row.
Thomas Younghans.
It is 1-1 between these two this week.
Fourth leg, it's Thomas to throw first.
But they are going to
Game
play
on.
each other another couple of times at least over the next couple of days. You offer them a 6th meeting.
125.
You'd have your hand off because that would mean they're playing on Saturday night. Offer them a 7th and they will be skipping because that would mean they're in the final on Saturday night.
First max.
180.
Here we go.
Can you forecast this being the final on Saturday night? You can be honest.
Probably not, no.
I think everybody would probably say the same.
70.
But we have been wrong before. And if this is the final on Saturday night, then it would be some bounce back by both players. Only 2 spots are available in Group C over the next couple of afternoons. And if you consider the players that they're
43.
probably going to have to go through, in every likelihood at the minute, Tommy Lishman is going to be in Group C. These two are going to be in Group C alongside Scott Mitchell, the former England captain,
139.
James Hurrell, the current England captain, and Josh Richardson, the current England international. So it doesn't get any easier.
Well, speaking to another fellow England international last night in Tommy Morris at a charity event.
26.
We'll talk a little bit more about that
Thomas
over the
require
course of the day.
167.
Scott's looking forward to getting back on the hockey. Maybe a little bit of a glint in the eye. Is there going to be a glint in the eye of Thomas? Go for the ball. Do you know what? If that went, that would have been one of my
135.
favourite shots I've ever seen at the Super Series.
It was a great miss, Thomas. You're going to miss the ball. Hit an 18. That's what I say. Yeah, I don't blame him for going for the bullseye right there. Just trying to build that confidence brick by brick. And he is the better player in this match. This is more like the Thomas we saw on Monday.
59. Thomas should require 32.
It's amazing what a little bit of confidence can do. This is to get it done within 5 visits. He has to move along. How much can he see? Not a lot by the looks of it.
No score.
If you're going to miss 3 darts at double like that, give yourself another chance when your opponent is not on a finish. But he could not see much of that. Even though Thomas is quite a tall man, he couldn't see over the top of those purple flights.
58. Thomas should require 32.
Second attempt. Same marker.
Game shot on the
Different
fourth
result
leg.
this time.
Thomas Younghans.
That's a very tidy 17 dart leg for a 3-1 lead. And all of those consecutive leg losses
Fifth leg,
seem
it's
like
Adam to throw
history.
first.
If he
Game
can
on.
now get his first win since Monday, all of a sudden, that frown will be turned upside down. His last win was
135.
in Game 10 of Monday's play against Tommy Lishman. That was his best performance of the week. 97.07 with 50% on the doubles. I don't mean to sound
100.
patronising or anything, but that feels like a long time ago.
I was mentioning that charity event last night, which took place in Southampton. It's the 11th annual Jack Dowding Memorial Charity Event in aid of the
137.
JDRF, which is a charity combating juvenile diabetes. It's raised nearly £15,000 over the course of those events last night. Just under £750 raised. 51 entries in that competition. Simon Whitlock beat Tommy Morris in the final.
140.
And here's a little quirky one for you. Our referee, or one of our team of referees and officials, Justin Bradshaw, won the 9-dart charity challenge.
What did he score?
Don't know, he must have been the only entrant. 294, I heard, was the score,
78.
although I have heard that he did pay £30 worth of entry. It's £1 a go. Means he's given it a lot of goes.
Yeah, but give Justin a lot of credit. One, he won. And secondly, he donated a lot of money to charity. So congratulations, JB. Good on you. Good player as well. He was a good county player.
The question I do have to ask, was that the score in
Adam,
one
you
go, or was that the
require
accumulative score over
151.
30?
All right, you keep taking the mick out of him, and he's going to keep coming back at you. I'm trying to say nice things to him. You're trying to depose him of what he did yesterday. Now, Younghans has not left a finish yet.
79.
Atkinson has a chance to keep himself in the match. But considering that Atkinson's only hit 1 double from 8 attempts, there could be a bit of a sniff here for Thomas.
95. Adam, you require 72.
It's Hail Mary time for Atkinson.
That's not the worst result.
Can stay in that region.
He's not going to go up north.
Game
As he
shot on
stays
the
down
fifth
south.
play. Adam Atkinson.
That's exactly where he is. It's a long drive back to Hartlepool from
Sixth
Portsmouth.
leg, it's Thomas to
And
throw
when you're driving
first.
on your own,
Game on.
it feels pretty lonely. You said to me yesterday you'd been to Hartlepool. Did you drive there? Did you take the train?
No, I was on a coach. I'll be honest, I don't
40.
remember much of the journey back, but I remember the journey up there. Well, we actually flew up there on the Friday, but I remember coming back. We left at about, game finished at 5, left about 6:15, and I'd say I didn't get back through the door till probably
41.
gone 10 past midnight.
That's not too bad.
It was a very, very quick journey home, put it that way.
Yeah, that's not bad at all.
And you have to include the fact that there had to be a half-hour stop as well.
You stopped only once?
You only
That's
have-
a solid
60.
effort. Solid effort. I always remember travelling with Gary Robson in the early part of my career around the turn of the century. And he said, I only have one rule if you're in the car with me. I don't stop. So he said, if you need to go to the bathroom, you go now, because I am not stopping.
49.
And he was right. Everywhere I went with Gary, whether it was Stoke, Liverpool, Yorkshire, anywhere like that, nope, he wouldn't stop. It was hell for leather, down the motorway, straight there. But I guarantee you, when you drive from Portsmouth to Hartlepool, you're going to have to stop at some point.
Oh, yes.
Thomas will be feeling very happy about this display, considering what he's been through in the last 24 hours.
45.
This is what he's done. This is much improved from what we've seen from him in the last 24 hours. But it's more of the same from Adam Atkinson, unfortunately. More mid-70s stuff.
100.
There's that dart to the right-hand side. How is he going to fix that? Or maybe he's just accepting that it's happening at the minute and it's something
Thomas,
he will address when the week is over.
161.
That I would totally understand.
So 6 at least on 161 for Junghans to get the job done for 2.
What a lovely dart that is. And a nod of approval from Adam in the background, because that
99.
really was one of the most pinpoint darts he's thrown in the last couple of days. And after all of those consecutive leg losses, now being
140. Thomas
the
requires
co-holder
62.
of the most unwanted record here, he has got himself off the canvas and he's given himself a chance of a win, which will probably feel like a tournament win.
Game, shot,
And Thomas
and the match.
Junghans seals the win.
Junghans.
And if at first you don't succeed, you try again, and then you get to your end result. And Thomas Junghans picks up the point by beating Adam Atkinson by 4 legs to 2. A man who didn't win a leg in 22 has now won 4 in a game, and that seals the points. An 85.05 average. Maybe something has just been flicked in the switch of Thomas Junghans. Bolton Lishman's coming next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Andy Bolton is looking to restore order in Group A. The X-Factor has been in the #1 spot since Game 3 on Monday, but his position is under threat. And having been beaten by his now title rival Sebastian Białecki earlier today, he now faces Tommy Lishman, who won his first game by 4-0. Right, I will hand you back to your commentary team. It's Henry Deacon and Paul Nicholson.
Thanks, Murph. This is a huge game, and I know we say that quite a lot on Wednesdays, but now that Andy Bolton's got company on 18 points, he's got two problems. Problem one is Białecki waiting on 18 points for Bolton
First
to
leg,
slip
it's
up.
Andy to throw first. Game on.
The most points that Bolton can get from this group is now 26. That's if he wins the remainder of his games. But problem two, he's got Tommy Lishman in this game, who is playing the best darts he has all week.
140.
Improving day on day. He is now a genuine threat to anybody here this week. There you go.
180.
Do you know what? You don't need us commentators.
Don't worry, Henry, give it time. We'll be replaced by AI.
180.
Answers the max with a max.
We'll have 7 legs of this,
100.
guys.
Might not take long. I've got to give Andy so much credit. He's had superb darts most
60.
of the week, but he has been stopped on a couple of occasions. But if you think about what happened yesterday, he lost to Sebastian Białecki.
134. And he required
What did he do after
121.
that? He absolutely destroyed Thomas Younghands by 4-0 with a big, big performance.
93. Tommy, you require 87.
But more than that, after the defeat, he dropped just 3 legs for the rest of the day across 3 matches. But he may concede one here.
Game shot
Double
on the
18
first
for an
leg.
11 dart break
Tommy
to begin
Lishman.
for Tommy Lishman. He just continues to get better.
Yes, he does. And that double 18 is starting to
Second
call
leg,
his
it's
name
Tommy
quite
to
a
throw
lot.
first. Game on.
That was the final double he hit when he had that 100% performance yesterday on the doubles.
42.
These ADC qualifiers, we hear from local sources from around the country, and we think, of course they're going to talk up their player from that region. They're going to say, just wait till they get going.
100.
I always press the pause button when I hear comments like that. I like to see with my own eyes. But anybody who has got in touch with me,
99.
anybody who has spoken to me in the last couple of weeks about Tommy Lishman, you're right. And here's another thing.
93.
Andy's wily enough in that practice room to know exactly what's going on. He will see that this guy's improving as well. That a loss to him here will not only be the second consecutive loss for the first time this
100.
week, but it will throw the cat amongst the pigeons for the rest of Wednesday and make things very exciting for us.
138.
There's a different air as well now. For the first time, there is pressure on the shoulders of Andy Bolton, whereas before he's kind of gone about his business with expectation that he's going to win, and that could be quite a
Andy
comfortable position.
170.
But now, he's not chasing, but he'll feel as if he's got to do the job. He's got 6 and 170. Doesn't have to go for the bull. Does go for the bull.
136.
He leaves himself on double 17.
Thou shalt not give in to temptation, but he did. He's probably thinking to
98.
himself, why did I do
and
that?
he required 34.
There's nobody at the back of me putting pressure on me to do it. So he splits the 34 and takes the leg
shot
anyway.
the second leg. Andy Bolton.
Experience personified right there. Yes, he made an error, maybe in
Third
his
leg,
own
it's
eyes,
Andy
and
to
go
throw
for the
first.
170.
Game on.
But he corrects it immediately.
2 legs played, 11 and 14.
That's why he's won the Granite City Open 3 times.
95.
Do you know much about that tournament?
I know bits.
It's from Aberdeen. It's called the Granite City Open because it's held in the Granite City.
100.
It's highly regarded in Aberdeenshire, that's for sure. And the way they say it up there, I love it. The Granite City.
174.
Absolutely brilliant. I've never played in that tournament, but I've played in quite a few tournaments up in that neck of the woods.
100.
Just incidentally, whilst Nico has a look at the Granite City Open, the combined averages of the players at this present moment in time is 217, just touching under 218.
And you require 132.
This has been a quality encounter. Bolton's got 6 and 132 to open up a 2-1 lead, and we gave this game the big build up and the big billing, and this is exactly why. Because once again, Bolton is on a double after 12. He split the double 17 last time.
99.
But this time back
and
for double 16
32.
for a 13 for 2-1.
Game shot on the third leg. Andy Bolton.
Just kicks at the right time, doesn't he?
Fourth leg, it's Tommy
Make
to
no
throw
mistake,
first.
Tommy Lishman still wants to get in the top 3 as well. If he's going to do that, you do think that he might have to win the remainder of his games today. If he is going to slip up against Bolton, he's going to need favours from people against Stefan Belmont.
These two ain't relenting. This is entering Super Series Classic territory. The averages.
100.
Well, we are into leg 4. Their representative guide. They're as succulent as a steak at a Gordon Ramsay restaurant.
58.
Gordon Ramsay recently broke a world record, actually. Did you know that?
Is it most swear words in an hour?
It wasn't.
57.
He was responsible with 4 other very good YouTubers for the largest beef Wellington ever made. Over 25 kilos.
Was the lamb sauce there?
47. Tommy, you
No, 'cause
require
it's made of beef.
164.
Good point.
Should be 2-2.
44.
But it's still in doubt. If Andy finds something of note, Tommy will take heed of the threat. And it doesn't get any better than that.
180. Tommy, you require 120.
And now this 120s must hit. Trouble for tops.
Did he really go for tops first?
60.
I think he
and
did.
you require 76.
Tell you what, he is bold.
What's better than bold?
Game
Brilliant
shot on the
is
fourth
better than
leg.
bold.
Andy Bolton.
And it's 3-1 Bolton. What a wonderful checkout. And he's left Lishman cold.
Fifth leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game
Now,
on.
Bolton has won the Granite City Open 3 times. Just to give you an indication of who's won it over the last few years. 2019.
139.
Because that's the last time it was held. It was won by Mark Barilli. Cameron Menzies won it in 2018. Andy last won it in 2017.
180.
And he was also the champion in 2015 and 2009. 2009, he beat John Boy Walton in the final.
140.
2015, he beat Jamie Bain. What other great champions there? 2008, won by Gary Anderson, beat Martin Adams in the final. Don't underestimate just how big some of these independent tournaments can be, but don't underestimate just how big that could have been for Tommy Lishman.
That was in the treble bed. There's no doubt. Well,
81.
have we just been robbed of a 9-dart opportunity? Ironically, Bolton's on 1-4-1 for the match after 9.
I wouldn't be surprised to see him hit it. Look at the level
100.
he has found
and you require
in this game
141.
just when he needs it. His ability to bounce back. He's like a squash ball that is much more buoyant and bouncy.
46.
But against the
Tommy
darts,
require 101.
he's left 95 after 12, and he may not even get a go. Oh, this is beautiful.
What?
76.
That's a little bit courageous. against
And
an
he
experienced
required
player like
95.
Bolton. I hope he didn't see that. Oh, they're both doing it. Double 16 for the match.
63.
Well,
Tommy, you
that
required
is one of the most
25.
incredible moments we've ever seen. Double 12 for 3-2 in the break.
Game shot on the
Tommy
fifth leg.
Lishman,
Tommy
you
Lishman.
are a maverick, sir. Bull one bull. When your
Sixth leg,
opponent
it's
is
Tommy to
staring
throw
down the
first.
match,
Game on.
he's not just got quality, he's got flamboyance, he's got flair.
96.
There's a reason why they call him the Flame.
$81. $94. $99. $84. $100.
Well, this leg up in the offing.
$57.
Lishman's left himself on a finish on 170. Bolton back on 2-2-1. Needs a treble here.
100.
Finds one.
Tommy, you require 170.
And considering he went ball one ball in the last leg, it would be incredible if he finds the fish. He could find the fish.
134.
He's
And you
left himself
require
on double 18.
121.
He's kept it handy. If Bolton cannot take out the 1-2-1, treble 17. The irony, if he finds the bullseye, would be incredible.
88.
But it drags
Tommy, you
underneath.
require 36.
And so to send us to a decider. Double 18. Bolton's watching on nervously in the background.
No score.
But he's going to come back for the match.
And you require
He's going to come
33.
back to re-establish that 2-point cushion at the top of the table. If he can find double 16 again, it's been his friend all game.
Game,
It's his
shots,
friend now.
And the match.
And Andy Bolton moves on to 20 points. He keeps a hold of that 2-point advantage at the top of the table. But my word, was he made to work for it against Tommy Lishman. An incredible game, full of talking points, full of brilliance, full of drama. But it's Bolton who wins a Brahma. He wins it 4-2.
Hi there, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's been a very interesting start to the final day of Group A. Paul, if we reflect on the results so far, Andy Bolton beating his first match, that's getting very interesting. We'll touch on that in a moment, but I think one of the results, the fifth one there, is one I want to focus on because as the great village people said, young hands, there's no need to feel down. He's picked himself off the ground and he's got a win finally.
Typically for you, that's brilliant, Murph. But yeah, young hands, really happy for him. Unfortunately, losing 22 straight legs, he does equalise Peter Manley in that unwanted statistic. But in the next leg, he found his way to getting his first double for pretty much 24 hours and then was able to build on that, and everybody's really happy for him.
Absolutely, but the man who's had a real impact on this group today is Sebastian Białecki. Now, he beat Andy Bolton when they met in their opening match of the day. That made things very, very interesting. Getting the victory here and then going on to win again to, at that point, get level with Andy.
Yeah, he's caused problems for Andy in the table, but Andy's ability to bounce back has been superb since then. But I just get the feeling that maybe Białecki has learned from his mistakes yesterday of missing double 8 and double 16 a lot. That 120 checkout, which equalises his best of the week. For me, what it does is it proves that his double top shooting might be the key to success for the rest of the week.
Yeah, he certainly seemed to have a preference for that. We saw that on the 1-3-2 attempt earlier as well. Right, we'll have a look at the table because Andy Bolton did, as you saw, win his next match, beating Tommy Lishman 4-2. A little bit on Tommy in a second, but as it stands, you would think Białecki is going to have to carry on winning and hope that Bolton slips up somewhere.
That's exactly what needs to happen. Bolton and his bounce-back ability is just mythical. He loses a match, and the next thing he does is stunning, just like that last game. He did exactly the same yesterday when he lost to Białecki. So when he's asked a question, he always seems to have the answer. But if he keeps winning, he knows he's safe. But now that they've all played 2 matches today, it's a very fair fight. Białecki needs help from somebody else.
Yeah, and a word on Tommy Lishman before we move on to the next game. Does his sort of maverick moves in that previous match suggest that he thinks he's not going to make it to Group B?
Maybe a little bit. I think he's just taking the shackles off and seeing what other possibilities there are. We like entertaining dart players here, but ball one ball, that's different. If he'd have hit it, he would look like a genius. But when you miss shots like that, we always ask questions as to whether that was the right time to do it. It probably is the right time for him to do it now because getting into the top 3 is unlikely, and maybe he's got a few other tricks up his sleeve.
Right, let's get the action going again. 3 matches left to play for all of the players in this group. We'll find out how it unfolds. Will it be Bolton that does indeed get the job done, or can Białecki chase him down? The next match, though, is Stefan Belmont against Adam Atkinson, and Paul Nicholson will join Henry Deacon in commentary.
Well, thank you very much, Chris, and welcome to Game 7, everyone, the beginning of Round 3 on our Wednesday at the Super Series. And it is a battle of England and Switzerland at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth for representative value of the international nature of the MODUS Super Series. Adam Atkinson looking to pick up his first win of the day, defeated to Tommy Lishman and Thomas Younghans, 4-0 to Lishman, 4-2 to Younghans in his opening couple of games to the day. Meanwhile, for Stefan Belmont, when he may have thought that he was in the discussion for qualification when he got the better of Younghans by 4-0 in the opening match of the day, but then a defeat, as we spoke about, up on the balcony to Białecki has derailed his hopes and ambitions, it seems, of making it through to Saturday via this group.
Game on.
He may want to nervously look over his shoulder as well as far as Group B is concerned. Tommy Lishman defeating that last one to Andy Bolton, but if he has a good end and Belmont just retreats a little towards the line, then things may be interesting there.
140.
But Belmont kicks off 140. Now, in that game against Białecki, which he lost by 4-3, he actually put in one of his best performances of the week. 90.64 average, 50% when it came to the doubles. But Białecki just had an extra gear when he averaged 97.7.
60.
At that 120 to seal the points. And so when he's been putting in good stuff this week, Stefan, he seems to be bringing the best out of his opponents at the same time.
100.
The question as far as Adam Atkinson is concerned, as Belmont kicks off 140 max, is what can he bring in reply?
$36.
based on what we've seen at the start of this leg, there is a definitive favourite in this game. And if you look at the table, both daily and weekly, that emphasises it once again.
65.
There is such a gulf between the top 3, or maybe the top 4 and the bottom 2. But unfortunately for Adam this week, he has been cut adrift for some time.
134.
Stefan,
Stefan, you require 116.
Well, Stefan Bellman is as short as 1-7 to win this game with the odds compilers. Looking for a 116 to start. We like to call this the Houghton at the Super Series.
76.
It would have been a hoop for Belmont if he could have found it.
I'm not privileged to that information. Why is it called the Houghton?
Because he took it out 5 times in 1 week.
Wow, that's impressive.
I think the big surprise of Richie Houghton is that he hasn't actually won a
Stefan, you
week under
require
this roof.
40.
Not yet. Double 10 for Belly. Not an ideal lie,
Game
but
shot
something
the
he can
first
still
leg.
use.
Stefan Belmont.
1-0 Stefan. It's going to be a really interesting weekend because we do have the Week 7 finals.
Second leg, it's Adam to throw first.
Here on Saturday
Game
night,
on.
but it's a somewhat poignant and emotional weekend for a lot of people in darts. When I was 9 years old, I remember watching Bob Anderson win his first world title.
57.
Consequently, it would be his only World Championship title. He'd win 3 World Masters, of course, as well. But this weekend sees Bob Anderson take his final bow on a big stage. And from everybody
62.
here at the MODUS Super Series, to Bob Anderson, his wife Sally, and his entire family, and everybody who's helped Bob in his career, we, from the bottom of our hearts, we thank you, Bob, for what you've done for our sport. You are a legendary bloke, have been a great dart player, and whatever you do after this,
96.
you go and have fun.
More than anything else, it was the sustained levels of success over a number of years. He made the World Championship semi-finals in 2004 and 2005. He played in that
97.
League of Legends tournament in 2008. And to play in that competition, he had to hand back his PDC tour privileges to play in that tournament. He was still in and around the top 32 in the world at the time. He was, I believe, seeded in his last ever World Championships in 2008.
82.
He played World Championships at the Lakeside, at the Circus Tavern, at Alexandra Palace. A career which spanned decades and more. A career ladled with success.
140.
Here's the thing about my last point about Bob. We've lost Jockey Wilson. We've lost Eric Bristow. As time passes by in this mortal existence that we have,
80.
when we still have these legends walking this earth, we must treasure them. And we will treasure Bob on the stage one more time this weekend. Who's going to win in week 7 here
100.
on the same weekend that Bob takes his final bout?
And it is ultra fitting. The final tournament for him is the World Masters, the tournament that he made his own. Only a couple of players have won that tournament on 3 occasions. The other one being Martin Adams in the men's game.
145. Stefan, you require 102.
Been a good leg from Adam. To leave that small 2 darter after 15. I wonder what's in his pocket though.
Game shot on the second leg.
Whatever it is, it belongs to Stefan.
Belmont.
Because he's just picked it. Classic brilliance
Third leg, it's
from the
Stefan to
Swiss
throw
player.
first.
30
Game
darts
on.
for the first 2 legs. And that sheer refusal to lose that leg. Stunning. Who was your darting
57.
idol when you were growing up? And bearing in mind you're about half my age, you're probably going to say someone that's still playing. Who was the first dart player that got your attention?
Again, I never had the big pay TV
40.
network, so I was about 10 or 11. So most of my early darts was BDO Lakeside. And so I suppose my working with Tony O'Shea was probably a career honour because I grew up watching the likes of him, the likes of Martin Adams as Bellman hits a max.
180.
Dare I say it, Paul. Dare I say it? I remember your World Championship debut when I was in year 4 at school.
You were how old?
I was 8 years old.
68.
That really does make me feel old. I was 29 when that happened. Not a bad time of your life
60.
to make your World Championship debut, but I know what you mean about those idols of the BDO, the O'Sheas, the Fittons, the Martin Adams, the John Boy Waltons, the Gary Robsons, and everybody else.
140.
They were the idols of many, and the PDC boys and girls, of course, were idols of other people. But now, there are even people here at the MODUS Super Series who are
34.
creating headlines in their countries, in their continents. And we are searching to bring you the best possible talent for your weekly entertainment. We are starting to cast that net very wide. We've seen a few Australians in this
59.
series.
Stefan, you require 170.
I wonder if we'll ever see Raymond Smith again. The Series 2 champion. We haven't seen him since he won. And when he comes back,
94.
at some point, he will always be a threat.
He will be the lineal champion. We're going to use a boxing term.
I hate that term. I really do. Just personal. It's my opinion. I
44.
don't like it.
Stefan, you require 76.
But then again, he hasn't played since then, so I completely understand it. And there is a dart that Adam knows a lot about. Decides not to go 25. And that's the percentage player.
36. Adam, you require 150.
To get a leg on the board. Not to be, so Bellman is back for tops for a 3-0 lead.
Can't see him missing it. He's been really efficient. And that's what you associate with that part of Europe. Swiss,
92.
German,
Stefan, you require 40.
Polish, Czech, Hungarian, Slovakian. Efficiency.
Game
Just
shot on
like
the
that.
third low. Stefan Belmont.
He's starting to play towards a really good level now.
Fourth leg, it's Adam
90.18
to
in this
throw
game,
first.
90.64 against Białowieski. Opening game 81, but he wasn't really troubled against Thomas Junghans. He had a good kick towards the line. Are we suddenly seeing Stefan Belmont awaken?
What we are seeing,
180.
aside from Adam's first maximum of this game, is Stefan running for the tape in making Group B. He's very close to it now. And look at that for an answer.
180.
Adam's thinking, no matter what I do, everybody's got the answer to what I have in my locker. Belmont could get to 16 points at the end of this game. One more leg will give
41.
him that. If he wins 4-0, there'll be 16 points and a leg difference of plus 15. And if you consider what Tommy Lishman's got in his pursuit of the top three, it's not looking good.
128.
There you can see the possibility of Belmont. He's one leg away from getting to plus 15. That second column from the right-hand side.
134.
And winning this game will give him the 16 points that you can see. This is the live table as we stand. There you can see the fight between Bolton and Białowieski. They've played 12.
134.
Bolton in the lead by 2 points.
146.
We'll get to that next when Białowieski takes on Lishman.
And it may not be far away now because Atkinson can't find the first treble on the back of the 146. And so Stefan Belmont back for 59, back for a potential 11 dart leg. His average is just under 99.
104.
Are we seeing
Stefan,
the
you
best
require
of Belmont
59.
here on Wednesday? Is he beginning to just exercise his muscles a little bit? This is tops for the match. Double 10.
39.
Doesn't go. Atkinson gets another chance.
Adam, you require 42.
Didn't look particularly convincing on those match darts. He still looks fairly relaxed in the background because he knows that more chances are imminent, even if he loses this leg.
26.
But he might still get it done.
Stefan, you required 20.
This is for his best winning performance of the week.
Double 5 for his second 4-0 win of the day.
10.
Grazes the wire. It kissed the barrel of the
Adam, you
second
require
dart.
16.
He's had a handful of match darts that's come and gone now.
It's almost as if he doesn't want a big average. Would have had a 95 plus had he hit that double for the match a little bit sooner. One dart jumps out the board, one misses to the right,
12.
and then one misses to the left. And Belmore gets another
Stefan,
look
you required 10.
at 2 5s.
Game,
That'll get it
shot,
done.
and the match.
It's still
Stefan
his best winning
Belmont.
performance of the week. The average is 91.09. The doubles percentage dives at the end, unfortunately, because of all of those mismatched darts. But ultimately, Atkinson will stay at the bottom of the table. Belmont has bolstered his position 3 with that 4-0 win. We'll be back after the break, and it will be Białecki and Lishman.
Here we go then. Welcome back to the action at the MODUS Super Series. And we have Sebastian Białecki. He's still trying to hunt down Andy Bolton at the top of the Group A table. Bolton, 2 points clear, has a game in hand in the next one against Thomas Younghans. But Białecki can keep asking the question. He takes on Tommy Lishman, who was doing a few maverick moves in his previous match. Tried a 3 tops finish, a bull, 1 bull. We wait to see what Tommy tries next, but full focus on Białecki. If he wins this match, we'll go level on points at the top of the table with Bolton, and that would confirm Leishman's place in Group C. Let's get it underway. Back to Paul and Henry.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. A match which has huge circumstances in both of the races that we are looking at today on the final day of action in Group A. And we singled him out a little bit earlier on, didn't we, Tommy Leishman, as the potential spoiler.
First leg,
in
it's
this group.
Sebastian to throw first.
He pushed Andy
Game
Bolton
on.
all the way. He forced the X Factor into some of his best darts of the week, forced him to put in a ton-topping average to get the better of him. Leishman in that effort, an average of 95.5, 3 maximums, which has been the story of his week, and 33% when it came to the
60.
finishing. And against Sebastian Białecki, who himself has already had a perennial performance today, a 97.7 in
65.
getting the better of Belmont. This is going to be a bit of a battle in terms of contrast of styles. You've got the flare of the flame up against the
46.
steely, consistent Białecki.
It does have the makings of the game of the day.
123.
Indeed, the game of the group. Time will tell as to whether that actually happens. But at no point today has Sebastian Białecki allowed
140.
any time to relax. This is a very intense day for him. It's just a question of whether he cracks.
81.
One thing they do have in common is that they're averaging 93 and change for the day. Tommy a little bit better at 93.97. Sebastian 93.29 for his 2 matches up to this middle portion of the group
100.
on Wednesday.
Sebastian, you require 118.
Well, Sebastian's won both games. Tommy's only won 1.
Considering his
78.
penchant for the
Tommy, you
bullseye,
require 132.
this will be a finish up Lisman Street. Triple 19 would have left him another go at the middle.
104.
Sebastian has
Sebastian, you
left
require
tops a lot
40.
today and had a lot of success.
Game shot on the first leg.
Plan B goes
Sebastian
according to
Białecki.
plan. He doesn't just have a problem with the points, though. We must address
Second
this
leg,
leg
it's Tommy
difference
to throw
change
first.
that needs to happen. He's 9 legs behind Andy Bolton, and that's pretty much the equivalent of another 2 points for Andy.
180.
He's won both games today 4-3. I hate to say it, Sebastian, but you need to win a couple of games by a distance to get yourself in the
85.
race.
Well, effectively, Andy Bolton's around in front because the maximum swing in a legs difference in 1 round of fixtures is 8. So it being 9 means that Andy Bolton can
95.
can lose 4-0, Białecki still win 4-0 and still have an advantage by a solitary leg in the legs difference department.
I mentioned yesterday that Sebastian has an old head on young shoulders. I stand by it.
180.
He doesn't strike me as a young player who gets too carried away with the
100.
peripheral stuff. You know, talking about averages and other bits of nonsense that some young players do, because they do.
100.
Some
Tommy,
people
you
get
require 126.
Too carried away with the colour of their dart shirt or what they're wearing on their feet or what watch they've bought. Sebastian's not like that. He just wants to win, and I get the feeling that that will help him.
101.
That almost didn't help him.
Sebastian, you require 136.
Another near miss on a finish for Tommy.
It's going to come back. That's a bit of a slip, a rare one as far as
30.
Białecki's
Tommy, you
concerned.
require
And so
25.
to level up at 1 apiece, likes the 1 double 12 split.
Game shot on the second
Level we are,
leg.
1-1.
Tommy
Quality
Leishman.
contest this one. 15 dart to Leishman to level proceedings.
I've given it a full day to think about
Third leg,
who
it's Sebastian to throw
Tommy
first.
reminds me of
Game on.
with his left-handed action. And after a few tweets that I've received, and many thanks for getting in touch, by the way, you can tweet us today at MSS Darts if you so choose.
180.
But I am fully on board with that action being like Martin Phillips. And that's the first person you mentioned, Henry, so I'll tip my hat to you. And that's about as good a compliment as I can give him. Because Martin Phillips is a dude.
Former World
96.
Masters champion back in 2014.
One of the tournament wins that genuinely made everybody on earth happy.
140.
Because to see someone of that experience and that popularity to win that title, it was pretty much of the same sort of popularity as Scott Mitchell
85.
winning the world title in 2015 or Martin Adams winning his first one in 2007.
70.
Super intelligent from
Sebastian
Leishman.
require 140.
I love that use of the bullseye to try and guarantee the finish. He is such a good counter.
$100.
Nice
Tommy
time from
require
Białecki. Leaves himself on tops
170.
after 12, but is he going to get a go? Is he going to get a go? Unlucky with the second dart.
Yeah, that was in. If it wasn't for the one that was already there.
98. Sebastian, you require 40.
Double top. This one should be in.
20. Tommy requires
You
72.
must never leave that second dart short. Give it a bit of extra sauce. Punctuate it.
47.
Leaving himself bullseye finishes all
Sebastian
over the
requires
place.
20.
I promise you that was not on purpose.
Game show on the
Białecki
third
takes full
leg.
advantage for a
Sebastian
16 darter and a
Białecki.
2-1 advantage. It's another leading position.
Fourth leg,
But
it's
he's not
Tommy to throw
dominating
first.
anyone.
Game on.
He's doing what he needs to do at the right time. Well, both his victories today have come by the margin of 4-3. He beat Andy Bolton last leg decider.
140.
Got a bit of a Belmont in the last leg decider. And against Stefan Belmont, he's in all sorts of trouble. He had to take out that 120 to win the match.
77.
Do you follow Sebastian Białecki on Twitter? You should, because it illustrates just how much in the way of darts he plays.
43.
Development Tour, Challenge Tour, MODUS Super Series, domestic stuff in Poland, associate member qualifiers, European Tour darts when he qualifies. It's all he does. At the age of 19,
95.
he doesn't have a tour card, but he is a bona fide professional dart player. I've heard some great stories about people who are professional
134.
dart players in Eastern Europe. And these are people that you've barely heard of, but they make a very good living at going around and winning tournaments and getting sponsors.
58.
For me, Sebastian, whether he gets a tour card or not in the next 2 or 3 years, is still going to play a lot of stuff. He's going to make a lot of
64.
money. And he's going to get a great apprenticeship under his belt before he reaches anywhere near his peak.
One of those players that's got that kind of
57.
luxury of
Tommy
time in
require
terms of achieving what he wants to
120.
achieve in his career. To achieve so much so young. Well, can Leishman hit Białecki with the finish that he delivered to beat Belmont? But that first dart is awkward.
Didn't like the single. Love this. Love
Game
it.
show on the fourth
Absolutely
leg.
brilliant.
Tommy Leishman.
Such a good counter. Great tactician. Didn't want to do anything silly. And what he did was
Fifth
something
leg, it's Sebastian to
educational
throw first.
for everybody
Game
watching.
on.
Treble and double on the 12s when you've got that big, long dart shielding that big
85.
20. That is stunning. That may be the most impressive
100.
bit of execution work I've seen since Diogo Portela when we played darts at home during the pandemic, and he did not want to go for a big 20 when he was on 180. Treble 20, treble 20. He's got 60 left, and he's thinking, you know what, I don't want to bust this. Got 2 darts in the way. Do you know what he hit?
140.
Double 14 to leave double 16. Absolute genius.
And is he now beginning to rattle the
50.
cage of Białecki? Because now you get the sense that he's taken the darts in this fifth leg.
81.
About level.
Białecki's got to be careful here if he doesn't get a treble. Downstairs. Had he got the single, he had the luxury of the 25 to leave the finish. Really good counting here. Welcome to Dart School, everybody. You've got two of the best counters around doing
Sebastian
everything right.
required 97.
That's smart as well, because the temptation of double-double was there.
57.
But don't
Tommy
do it when your opponent's on something like
140.
140, which is unlikely. Go for it when they're on something small.
So to move himself
Sebastian
a leg away.
40.
Tots of Białecki.
Game shot.
Perfectly sunk, perfectly
Sebastian
found.
Białecki.
He's 3-2 up on Tommy Lishman, a leg away from moving level on points of Andy Bolton. Realistically, he could do with this being a 4-2 win now. As far as Białecki is concerned, you could make an argument that he's had his three toughest games straight off the bat. Bolton
60.
game 1, Belmont game 2, Lishman game 3. As the afternoon goes on, Adam Atkinson and Thomas Junghans are going to provide the opposition. Some may make the argument that he may make up the legs in
59.
that particular column in those games, which may keep Andy Bolton hot on his heels.
But you can also make the argument that Bolton has got his easiest games to come as well.
140.
The likelihood of Bolton losing to Junghans, to Belmont, to Atkinson, you will not find a bookmaker around
140.
or an analyst around who will think that Andy's going to lose any of those games.
180.
And we've got 4 in this game. This has been my favourite game of the week so far because we haven't seen anything
98.
from
Tommy
either player
required
that has been
121.
weak. Treble 7. Bull. You knew it was coming.
106. Check 96.
I have seen Aaron Monk do that in this competition before. He wants to do something that will maybe swell his social media following.
98.
If there was a time
Tommy
to do it, it was
required
probably
25.
then. But now he's got to hit that 25 again. Double 12. And you can tell from his facial expression, he's having fun.
13.
But he
Sebastian
might not enjoy
required
this 106.
106.
Because after the fun comes the serious business for Seb. Business like as ever. He stares down the tops for 106 to
66.
finish.
Tommy required 12.
Even though he missed that, that was such a good try. Will he get another poke at tops? He will.
No score. Sebastian, you
He
required
can't believe
40.
he's missed. Sebastian
Game
back
shot
and has
the
won
match.
again.
Sebastian Białecki.
He's got 3 from 3 today, and he's back on 20 points alongside Andy Bolton. That was a very entertaining game from both players. Tactical brilliance from them both, but ultimately the man with the lesser average. The poll, 90.54 and 44% on the doubles. He's the person who is now touching Andy on the shoulder again. Who comes next against Junghans?
Welcome back to Wednesday's action here at the MODUS Super Series. And when today started, many of us thought that it wouldn't go this far. But if we take a look at the Group A table, Sebastian Białecki, well, he just will not be shaken off. He's level on points with Andy Bolton, though Bolton is about to play his game in hand and try and move 2 points clear once again. Białecki's win over Tommy Lishman before the break, though, does confirm the bottom three will definitely be playing in Group C. Lishman, Thomas Youngans is about to play Bolton now, and Adam Atkinson will join James Hurrell, Josh Richardson and Scott Mitchell in tomorrow's daytime play. So back to Bolton to see if he can answer the question, the latest question posed by Białecki. Can he get the better of Youngans, who might be a little bit more buoyant, having won after a losing streak of straight 4-0 defeats that lasted 5 matches in his previous game. Let's get it going with Henry and Paul.
Thank you very much, Chris. And yes, Thomas Younghans will be hoping to play the ultimate role of spoiler in this particular encounter. Andy Bolton knows that Białecki is hot on his heels, and having lost to him in the first game and then seeing him just continue to win and win and win, pressure is being applied
First
more
leg, it's
considerably
Thomas to throw first.
as the games go
Game
along.
on.
Tommy Lishman provided some opposition to Białecki, but it turned out in the battle of the flair and the business-like, it was Białecki who managed to get over the line. And so it sets us, well, kind of nicely in motion.
100.
13 games played for the pair, both on 20 points. But Bolton here has got Thomas Younghans, and it won't just be victory he'll be looking at here. He'll be looking at the legs difference. He's already got a
100.
7-leg lead in that particular department. He can get a win here, move on to 22 points, and then the healthy legs difference, he'll feel as if he has got a
43.
big hand into the final.
One thing the Challenge Tour and some other tournaments ready you for
100.
playing on a day like today, concurrent games with little breaks in the middle. And if you think about the fact that Andy's been around for a while, at the age of 50,
22.
he's been playing in major tournaments for over 15 years. But he's only got one Challenge Tour victory in his career, and that was this year.
95.
So is it presumptuous of us to say that maybe he's playing the best darts of his career right now? I'm not so sure it is presumptuous. I think it's correct. And if you think about who he
100.
beat en route to that Challenge Tour title, get some of these names, because if you're a regular to the MODUS Super Series, you'll recognise them all. Ron Muhlenkamp.
60.
He played here last week. He didn't play too badly. Christian Kist. He played here just a couple of weeks ago. Beat him en route to that
81.
title.
And you require
Here on
146.
First person to win under this roof. Daryl Pilgrim. Another winner under this roof.
46. Thomas, you require 155.
Small matter of Martijn Dracht as well. He played here a couple of weeks ago in the same week as Christian Kist. He beat them all for that title.
97.
He'd love
And
to
you
have the
require
title
100.
here this week. But his first job is to get through Group A. And his immediate job is tops.
80. Thomas, you require 58.
And Younghans here has the opportunity with the darts to take the opening leg. Tops. That's a nice guide. Can he work with it?
Game
Yes, is
shot
the
on
answer.
first
Younghans
leg.
leads 1-0.
Thomas Younghans.
Don't think it's a foregone conclusion, this game.
Oh, how things can change.
Second leg, it's Andy to
This
throw
time yesterday,
first. Game on.
We were fearful that Thomas might not win another leg all day. It actually happened.
57.
So what else can this group give us? If it is to be a loss for Andy at the end of round 3, however that could manifest, Białecki plays next. He could actually go top of the table, which, when you think about what's happened this week, it's ludicrous.
58.
And it is extremely likely that Białecki will win that next game against Adam because he's not performing anywhere near his best. He's struggling. Sebastian's not. He's plodding along at a very high level.
60.
Maybe a higher level than he has all week on a consistent basis.
His lowest average today is a shade under 89. That's the level he's playing at.
140.
Fascinating that at the start of the day, the odds for Bolton to win this group was so short that you wouldn't even touch them.
60.
Now those odds look a little bit silly.
He was 1 to 12.
100.
Białecki was 7 to 1.
I'm sure somebody out there has had a little punt on that. It does, however, place a little bit of extra pressure on the opponents of Bolton because they now know that
123, and you require
in
146.
order to make sure that he doesn't get into Saturday today, they're going to need to play well.
138.
From Bolton.
Thomas, you require 158.
Forcing Junghans into the 158. Another one of them. Would have led double 19. Bolton back for double 4 to level proceedings up.
98. And you require 8.
And he had every right to hold his breath after that first 60 went in.
6.
He can't come up for air yet.
Thomas, you require 60.
Who fancied 2-0 Junghans? Double 1.
No score.
Well, that's a bit weird.
And you require 2.
For a moment, I thought that that single 1 wasn't a bad, happy accident because it might leave double top open.
Game shot on the second leg.
But Bolton
Andy
finds
Bolton.
what Junghans couldn't. You don't often see someone going for double 1,
Third leg, it's
busting the
Thomas
score,
to
and then the
throw
next
first.
person wins the leg on the same double. Andy in the background, just trying to make something happen. You can't rev yourself up in this place in a noisy
100.
sense because it is silent out there. You've got to find another way to do it internally.
Which is why it makes this competition such an enduring challenge.
58.
Because it doesn't just test you on the board, it tests you so much in the mind. And the amount of players that talk about the mental aspect of this competition, it's unparalleled in that particular context.
91.
If you're readying yourself for this, you could do yourself a favour.
55.
You know what marathon runners do? They tend to build up towards the 26 plus miles that they've got to do. I would do the same. If I was playing here in maybe a month, I would spend 3 days a week minimum
140.
playing this amount of games plus 1. So I'd do 6 best of 7 games against a computer program or against somebody
99.
else.
So much you require 170.
And just get used to playing those games no matter what happens. You've got to have an engine to succeed here. Every single person who has won is very well versed in playing many games in a day.
60.
You have to be built for endurance. Or you're built for longevity. And that is why
81.
this man is so
So much
adept
you
to this
require
environment.
110.
Andy Bolton, because everything about his game screams consistency, but in this game, he could find himself 2-1 behind. Thomas Junghans looking for treble 17, which gives him a dot of tops.
70.
He's going to come back, though, for 2-1.
That's a safe shot. If that one drops and goes in, all good. But by missing it slightly high, he's got more split
55.
options if indeed
So
he
much you
needs them.
require 40.
He does need at least one of them.
Game shot on
2-1
the
Junghans.
third leg. Thomas Younghands.
I wonder how Sebastian is feeling right now. He thinks this is going according to plan.
Fourth leg, it's
He
Andy
might
to
even
throw
be doing a
first.
Montgomery
Game
Burns
on.
and saying, excellent. I promise you I'm not going to make another...
140.
In fact, I'm not going to make it because he said he didn't want me to.
Dull.
Oh, come on, Thomas. You know you look like Hank Scorpio.
41.
It's a good thing. He's one of the most iconic characters in the last 40 years.
He quite got the iconicism of Grimy.
55.
If you're not privy to that joke, it's because our referee friend Owen Binks looks like Frank Grimes, who was also a almost B-list
81.
character in The Simpsons. I'd say it's a tie. If Andy Bolton was a Simpsons character, who would he be?
57.
Answers on a postcard. Or actually, you could get in touch with us on social media at MSS Darts. Let us know. If Andy Bolton was a Simpsons character, who would he be? Please let us know.
59.
We've got Instagram, we've got Twitter, we've got Facebook, we've also got TikTok.
96.
Do you know who you'd be, Henry? Have you done the test? Because there is a test online, apparently.
Is there?
Yes, I'd be fascinated to know who you'd be. Apparently, I'm Chief Wiggum. I have no idea why.
45. And you require 153.
But Andy could be the Chief of Leg 4. Lovely second dart.
137.
The third is just as good. And at times this week, yes, he has been dominating the table. But if you think about some of his performances from Monday, he won tight matches with really good, well-timed stuff.
145. And he requires 16. Game shot on the
Well-timed
fourth
indeed.
leg. Andy
Best
Bolton.
of three from here to see if Bolton is on his own on points at the top or whether he is still
Fifth leg,
tied
it's
with
Thomas to throw
Białowski
first. Game on.
after 18 rounds.
It is a news of the world format to see whether Bolton's going to be in a world of his own at the top of the table.
Sorry, not 18 rounds. I meant to say 13.
60.
Kind of 18 rounds.
I mean, we can, but we'll just have to do overtime.
We don't need overtime. We've got things to split the players, like leg difference. Legs 1.
47.
I can happily be here till 6 o'clock if you want. You can order some dinner and, you know.
This is going to be done in maybe the next hour.
121.
Like Chris Murphy said, this could have been done 2 hours ago. But the brilliance of Białowski,
100.
that's the reason why we are still in doubt. And another thing as well, our Group C is complete. Lishman, Younghans, Atkinson, they are all going to
140.
Thursday afternoon and Friday afternoon. So the worst that can happen for Białowski is that he would be part of Group B,
140.
a group that he's actually got through twice before. So it's a win-win situation for Białowski. Bolton wants to win Group A again.
35.
Because that's what he did the last time he was here.
Just ticking down the leg.
140.
Another 140. That's his fourth of the game, Andy Bolton, isn't it?
145.
He looks pretty mean, doesn't he? He's starting to squeeze that lemon for a bit more juice now. This is a really good time to kick forward.
95.
Add to that 140.
And he requires 74.
He would love a clean hit.
Game shot on the
Wonderful.
fifth leg. Andy Bolton.
Bit of posturing as well as he circles that shoulder around to get a little bit of fluid into the joints. But now
6th over gets Andy to throw first.
he's in command of this
Game
game
on.
for the very first time at a very good time.
Because now he throws for it. He has the advantage. It's all in the lap of his hands to move himself on to 22 points.
140.
Another 140. His 5th of the game.
It's not vintage, but it's better than his opponent. Younghans has been hanging on to his throw
60.
with his fingertips in this game so far. He's done a good job of it, but ultimately, Bolton's quality has shone through. If we look at what you were just talking
84.
about, Henry, the same amount of ton pluses, a couple more ton 40s from Bolton. Pretty much, that is the difference.
And it's been the timing. Those
96.
shots. At one point in the last day to leave himself 74, then converts. Winning breeds winning, and when you're in that confident spell, you just find ways of drawing out
140.
what you need to draw out. He's doing exactly that now. In a leg that he knows if he wins, he can go and claim the match. He's putting in some good stuff. 2 140s in 3 visits. Leads himself on the finish after 9.
59. And you require 137.
Time on his side. And after Białecki beat Lishman by 4 legs to 2,
57.
this would be a little bit of a sucker punch to Białecki's chances of topping the table at the end of the day. Because that leg difference between Sebastian and Andy, it's not changing. It's like Sebastian is trying to catch Andy.
And
And whenever he
require
does,
80.
Andy looks over his shoulder and just finds another gear.
Double 10.
Game, shot,
Andy
and
Bolton.
the match.
And
Andy
he is
Bolton.
edging closer towards Saturday night's finale. A 4-2 victory against Thomas Younghans puts him 2 points clear. But perhaps as well, just as importantly, he has a 9-point gap in the legs difference to Sebastian Białecki. He can maybe touch it now. One more victory may well be enough for Bolton to make it through to Saturday night. He wins 4-2 against Thomas Younghans. After the break, Sebastian Białecki's out to bat. He takes on Adam Atkinson.
Welcome back. This battle between Białecki and Bolton continues in the race to qualify from Group A for finals night here at the Super Series on Saturday. And Andy Bolton has just picked up a victory against Thomas Junghans after Sebastian Białecki in the previous match won by the same scoreline against Tommy Lishman. We've got a little spell where the pair are going to play in the next two matches as well. So Białecki, if we look at the league table, is 2 points behind, can go level if he wins this game, but then Bolton will have the chance to answer. However, his match is against the best of the rest in this group, Stefan Belmont. First of all, Białecki will take on the man at the bottom, Adam Atkinson, still looking for his second win of the week. And to talk you through the action, it's over to Henry Deacon and Paul Nicholson.
Many thanks, Murph. Over to you, Sebastian. Can you keep catching Andy Bolton? That is the question now. He keeps edging in front of you, but you are staying on his tail. That leg difference still isn't changing, though. Plus 13 for Białecki, plus 22 for Andy Bolton. It is pretty much tantamount to an extra 2 points. So, I've got to say, Henry, without fear of repercussion from the Adam Atkinson fans, but Białecki really
First
needs a
leg,
4-0
it's Adam
win.
to throw first. Game on.
You need something big here. There's absolutely no doubt about that.
What of Adam Atkinson then? Because today it will feel very familiar to what's been happening the last 2 days.
81.
One solitary win on Tuesday. That was a 4-0 win, funnily enough, against Thomas in game 12.
180.
And this one hasn't started ideally for the man from the pool. In a funny sort of way, he's not Millhouse, is Adam Atkinson.
40.
But there's a famous episode where Millhouse is so enamoured by Bart's new summer toy, which is a swimming pool in the backyard. He actually signs Bart's cast
137.
Mill Pool. So there you go. Maybe he's a fan of the Mill Poolie. But it's serious business now for Białecki. He's got his head switched on.
83.
I think coming into this game, he's thinking 4-0. Anything else is not good enough.
Because yes, he's 2 points
82.
behind in the table at the minute, but effectively he's 4 points behind because of the legs difference. And there's only 4 points left to play for. It's still very much in the hands of the X Factor. Very much in his hands. But Białecki doing the better of his job here, leaving 102 after 9 in the opening
42.
leg against
Sebastian
the darts as
required
well. And he's going to get
102.
6 on this point to take the opening leg.
That's not the end of the world.
42.
Set things up nicely. Adam's just not scoring heavy enough. We've talked a little bit earlier today that his doubles aren't necessarily that bad.
57.
He just can't knit his
Sebastian
darts together to
requires
give
60.
himself enough tons, 40s and maximums on a consistent basis.
40.
That was a violent deflection. But consider the position of Seb compared to Adam. He is living in the finishing zone for what feels like a long time before Adam even gets there.
140. Sebastian, you require 20.
There
Game
you
shot
go,
on the
first leg to
leg.
Sebastian, and it is a break of throw,
Białecki.
of which he's searching for 2. No reply.
Second leg, it's Sebastian to
4-0
throw
win.
first. Game on.
We'll give him 22 points and a leg difference of plus 17. Even if Bolton loses the next game after that by 4 legs to 0,
137.
Bolton would still be in front by 1 solitary leg.
Well, effectively from this point, because there's 2 rounds left to play and Bolton has a 9-leg advantage on the legs difference, all he has to do is match Białecki's result, pretty much.
140.
Yep, that's true. But don't underestimate Stefan Belmont in game 11. I know that Andy's beaten him twice in the last couple of days, However,
58.
Belmont can relax. He knows what's happening over the next 2 nights. He's going to be in Group B. So he can just play and spoil. And there is a risk that Bolton might be feeling the pressure a bit.
137.
I remember a very famous week in Southampton where Matthew Edgar, sorry Matt, he was in a position to qualify and he just needed to win one of his last 2 games.
58.
He lost them both. And then Matthew Dennett stole his position at the very end. You're not safe until you're through the tape. You're not safe unless we tell you are.
96.
That gives us a strange amount of power. I don't think I'm comfortable with it.
Mr. Burns in the corner.
That makes you Smithers then.
140. Adam, you require 128.
128 for Atkinson to equalise and to get the break back. Treble 20 for the Bull. Not going to happen until Białecki has the opportunity to double his advantage.
56.
He needs to win big. He could be
Sebastian,
halfway towards a
require
whitewash win here.
108.
This finish is all about what you want to leave at the end. Because there are
52.
multiple routes for 108
Adam, you require
where you can use the same
72.
treble twice. Sebastian was forced to go for a different treble because the one he wanted was blocked. Double top.
52. Sebastian, you require 56.
Over to you again, Sebastian, to double the lead.
Game
And he
shot on the
protects
second leg.
after a
Sebastian
miss
Białecki.
from his opponent. Things are going his way. So far, so good for Bolt.
Third leg, it's Adam to throw
And he's
first.
playing at that
Game on.
same level he has done all day. He's been hanging around, hasn't he? That low 80 to that high 80 to low mid 90s average. You take out the 97.7. His other
60.
two averages are 88.88 and 90.54. In this game, he's averaging 91.09. He is hanging around a level, which is always going to give you
100.
opportunities, which is always going to make you competitive. But he's seen this 7-1 on the
85.
sports book this morning, and it made it look silly to a certain extent. He may not win the group, but the fact he was out that large to start with is
100.
interesting to say the least.
It's very fair to say, considering the level that we've seen from Andy the last 2 days. But how many times have you seen someone dominate a race in any sport, and then you hit the wall,
23.
and you can't finish it off? We will find out if Bolton can do the job against Adam himself in game 13. But before that, he's got Belmont.
100.
But now that people pretty much behind Białecki and Bolton know what they're going to do the next couple of days, I just wonder. I'm just putting it out there. What is Tommy Lishman going to do against Thomas Younghans in game 12? What kind of Maverick-style stuff are we going to see from that guy to finish his campaign?
97.
I get the feeling he might get a bit flashy.
Going to give our spotter an absolute nightmare. So 104 for Białecki for 3-0, the double breaker throw, and in a
39.
game which he needed
Sebastian
to win big
required
to
104.
claw back the monstrous advantage that Andy Bolton had by way of legs difference. I'm going to go with a double this time, but Atkinson's back on 154, and so you would expect to come back for another
48.
opportunity, but it is not
Adam, you
guaranteed.
require 154.
That was an interesting play from Sebastian because he decided not to go treble 12 or treble 20. He said, because of the approach that I want, I'm not going to fiddle around trying to find that
41.
48. I'm going to
Sebastian
hit another single
requires
16
56.
and I'm going to back myself with 2 darts next time.
Back himself he did.
Game shot on the
Back
third
himself he
leg.
should.
Sebastian Białecki.
And he may well be backing Andy Bolton into a corner. He leads Adam Atkinson 3-0. And he really is forcing the issue of the X Factor. He has
Fourth
the
leg, it's
darts
Sebastian to
for a
throw
4-0
first.
win, which if he
Game on.
accrues would reduce the gap on the legs difference to just 5. He'd be on plus 17. Bolton would be on plus 22.
85.
If Białecki was to come up to me and ask me for my advice as to how he gets better, because coaching is one of my fortes, I've been so impressed with the way he's gone about his day today. I would say, I'm not telling you anything, young man. Just completely commit to what you're doing right now. This change of approach
140
to the doubles today has revolutionized his day. He was so the likelihood was there of him being negative on double 16 and double 8. He was having to rely on things like double 4.
55.
But to be honest with you, he's a learning machine, this boy. If he continues with this game plan going forward, he might unlock something
95.
that he hasn't had before, an extra 1 or 2% that might vault him into a different stratosphere.
Just to paint the picture a little bit, if Sebastian Białecki wins this game by 4-0, Andy Bolton can go through with a 4-0 win against Stefan Belmont because the gap would be
66.
+9 on the legs difference and they can only make 8 legs up in the final round of fixtures. So Sebastian Białecki has done his job, it seems, to the best of his ability, but he's still going to have to sit in the back room and
85.
wait his fate when Bolton takes on Belmont.
Andy's not going to beat Stefan 4-0. I'll put that out there right now. He's not. That's not how this group is going to end.
25.
I can feel some
Sebastian, you require
sort of different
96.
end. But the end of this game could be right now.
Game, shot,
Way too
and the
good.
match. Sebastian
An average of
Białecki.
16 darts a leg. And unfortunately for Adam Atkinson, he just can't live with this standard this week. So tidy. The doubles, 4 out of 6. And when he needed a 4-0 win, after 3 very tight wins earlier today, he's found that 4-0 win. Over to you, Andy Bolton. You take on Stefan Belmont next. And if you get the same result, you're safe.
Hello again. Thanks for rejoining us here as the Group A title race is reaching its climax, and Andy Bolton could get it done in this next game. He faces Stefan Belmont in 3rd place, but as the boys in commentary were saying, if he repeats the result we've just seen from Sebastian Białecki, a 4-0 win, he would be safe in 1st place. However, any other result and it will go through to our final round of fixtures. It is worth noting that Bolton does play before Białecki, so we'll play twice before Sebastian plays again, meaning it's pretty likely he will get the job done before the pole is back in action. But he would love to get it done here and avoid any last match drama. Let's see if he can, in the company of Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. So Andy Bolton knows the job now. He knows what he's got to do, but he's got a dangerous customer up against him in Stefan Belmont, who has to be said, he's getting better as this group's gone along. You look at the performances he put in today. Average 81 in his first match, and then averages of 90 and 91
Game on.
to follow. He's going to have to play at a good level here, Andy, if he's going to pick up 2 points, which would put him on the brink. Of course, a 4-0 win would be good enough.
Yes, that's the situation. 4-0.
137.
4-1. He's close. But mathematically, a 4-1 victory for Bolton against Belmont will mean that Białecki is still in with a chance. But Chris Murphy made such an amazing point just now. And this really has given Andy the best possible chance of getting this done before Białecki throws another competitive dart.
60.
Because he plays twice before Białecki plays Younghans. In this scenario, you can't see Bolton failing. Because Andy is not going to lose
80.
to Adam Atkinson. Not at the minute. He's playing too well. Adam's struggling. But in these scenarios, which do come up every now and again, you want to get it done as soon as possible.
Because when you go into that game, Adam's got that air of nothing to lose, and Andy's got everything to lose. And what should also not be taken for granted is the fact that when you lose a couple in a row, again, that confidence begins to dent and fear the man with nothing to lose. But he's just playing at such a baseline level.
He will want the 2 days off as well. Whatever he wants to do, rest, practice, rehab, because we do rehabilitate, we do recover
100.
as dart players.
And you require 104.
It's called resting properly. Show me a dart player that hasn't got the tiniest little
80.
something
Stefan,
that is bothering them, whether it's a niggle, a
160.
pain, some sort of discomfort. We've all got something going on. If you're given 2 days off in preparation for something, you will grasp it with both hands if you can.
120.
So 2 trials for Bolton
And
for
you
the opening
require
leg.
24. Game
Never in
shot
doubt,
the first
never a mistake.
leg.
1-0
Andy
Bolton.
Bolton.
Potentially, if he wins the next 3, that is it.
Second
Job
leg,
done.
it's Stefan to throw first. Game on.
Even when Stefan has been playing some good stuff this week, he has been on the end of some great displays. Some of his best averages have actually come in defeat.
140.
How do you grade the chances of Belmont in Group B then? Let's look at that before we dig so deep into this game.
100.
Find out how Andy's feeling. That looked a bit uncomfortable. Former weekly winner Alexander Mertz. Former weekly winner Owen Bates.
56.
The legendary Paul Hogan. That's Group B. You add Belmont to that. And possibly
100.
Białecki. Or at this stage, we'll say Białecki or Bolton. How do you see that group materialising? Who's the weak link, if there is one?
There's not a weak link. There's players there. 2 have made champions
43.
week before in Bates and Merckx. You've got Belmont, who's getting better as the week goes on. Białecki, who's got this consistent level that
140.
I can't see him not making finals night, whether it's through this group or Group B. I just cannot fathom a way that he doesn't. And Paul Hogan can put in any kind of performance at any time.
56. And you require
With all due respect to all the
161.
groups this week, I would say that B is maybe the most exciting of the lot because there are so many different dynamics. Different paces,
59.
different rhythms, different likelihoods, different countries. And the Swiss players are going to be split up over the next couple of days. They're not going to be hanging out, talking the same language.
115.
I wonder if that is going to be detriment
And you require
to his
102.
chances, whether he may be alienated a little bit. Not the end of the world, but missing that treble could be the end of the leg and not in his favour.
So up for treble 20.
34.
You left him double 14.
Stefan
And so
required
Bellman, 91.
91.
Is he going to attack or is he going to go for the bull? Goes the safe route. But he doesn't give himself the guarantee of a dart at the bullseye. And so Bolton comes back for the break for 2-0 and potentially the halfway house in terms
51.
of qualification.
And he requires 68.
Traditionally, the halfway house has things like sausage rolls and toasties.
Game shot on the second leg. Andy Bolton.
Get your knife and fork out, Andy. Halfway house. Still looks pretty hungry, though.
Third leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
And he's got the darts in the third to move 3-0 up. And then you're just piling on Belmont at that particular point. And there was maybe just a little bit of a worry as far as
59.
Andy Bolton was concerned that, yes, he was running clear, but then almost like Lightning McQueen in the Piston Cup, a couple of wheels go a jangling and then that call to the line is a real
100.
nervous one. And you know how that ended.
I do. My favourite character from that movie is Mater. The little
99.
pickup truck, the rusty one. Love that character.
As they say, life is a highway.
79.
See everybody else slip off the track.
100.
Yeah, but who would be the Guido of darts with the sheer speed?
Is that the young character that
85.
takes the wheels off and puts them back on in a flash of an eye? Well, that would have to be Danny Lauby.
Yeah.
Having said that, we haven't had any Italian players here at the MODUS Super Series yet, but
180.
I know a few people who are screaming for them to get a call up. If Massimo Dante was here or Michele Torretta, then I think a lot of people might tune in.
58.
Well,
Stefan
crucial moment
required
incoming
42.
because if Belmont takes out the 42, we're going down to the final round. Double 16 and 8.
26.
Bolton's still got the chance to do it here and now.
And he required 128.
Tricky finish in this range. Sometimes the treble makes it even worse. Ideal lie here is probably above the 54 or hitting it right there. Double 10.
Game
That
shot
is
on the third
magnificent.
leg. Andy Bolton.
Tricky finish? Not so much. That was
Fourth leg,
absolutely
it's Stefan
beautiful.
to throw first. Game on.
Is that the finish for Bolton that dashes the hope of Bolt? He's a leg away from automatically doing it now.
But he's still got to break one more time.
100.
He has owned Belmont this week by beating him twice.
Now, Mr. Nicholson, I'm going to have
60.
to pull you up on what you said in that previous game. You said that Andy Bolton would not beat Stefan Belmont 4-0.
I'm wrong sometimes. What can I say?
60.
I'm not right all the time. I do think that there is a risk that if Bolton does
100.
win this one by 4-0, that the adrenaline against Adam Atkinson might drain from his body knowing that he's safe. We've seen it happen before. He's not going to get to record territory in points in this group,
57.
but he could still amass a very impressive 26 points with only 2 losses in the whole group.
60.
And both of them being to Bolt.
That's how it stands. One more leg. Bolton will be on 26. the maximum Białecki can get to is 21 with
97.
one more round of fixture to go. The worst case scenario for Bolton would be plus 22 in the legs difference column. But in this leg, he's behind.
There's a bit of symmetry behind winning this leg.
96.
It would get him to 26 points and 26 in the legs. And 26 historically in darts is not a number that you actually like. One more error.
60.
Maybe that's it. Just to invite Bolton in. What can he leave?
132. Stefan, you require 127.
Sebastian Białecki needs this 127 to stay in the game, to stay in the race for qualification. It's not going to go. And so Andy Bolton, who needed a 4-0 victory to guarantee qualification with a round of games to
25.
spare, is
Andy
staring
required
2 darts at
53.
double now to do exactly that. He's had the X Factor all week. And he's going to be into Saturday
and the
night
match,
because Andy
Andy
Bolton qualified for Saturday night's finale with finesse and with style, with a 4-0 win against the highly fancied Stefan Belmont. Andy Bolton is your first qualifier for Saturday evening's final of the Super Series. He does have an 88.41, and maybe the changing point in that game was that 1-2-8 finish. Belmont had a couple of opportunities at double, which would have extended the race, would have extended the fight, but it is Bolton, brilliant Bolton, who is the winner in Group A. Next up, Tommy Lishman, Thomas Junghans.
Welcome back to the action here at the MODUS Super Series, and confirmation then that Andy Bolton will be in finals night on Saturday. He now can't be caught. Of course, Sebastian Białecki can still get to 24 points, the same as Bolton, but he cannot get rid of that gap in the leg difference. Bolton 9 points clear. The biggest swing possible is 8, so the X Factor will be on stage on Saturday night. Now, Tommy Lishman and Thomas Junghans are about to play their penultimate game of the day. Junghans stopping the slide earlier on, and Lishman has been trying a few tricks today. Let's see if he's got any more up his sleeve in this one. To talk you through it, it's back to Henry and Paul.
Well, hopefully those tricks will give us a bit of a treat here at the MODUS Super Series. And so for the players, it's a case of just getting the games ready for whatever's going to be happening for the rest of their week. For Andy Bolton, it'll be to finish on a high later on. For Białecki and Belmont for their Group B campaigns. For Lishman, Junghans and Atkinson, it's getting themselves ready for Group C. So we know all the scenarios now. When it comes to our respective groups, it is now a case of 4 games. Go and enjoy yourselves.
Now, Thomas Younghands is going to be cut off a little bit in Group C. He's going to be the only non-English player.
First leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
I get the feeling that Tommy's going to have a lot of friends in that room, but he'll want to be in the top 2 to make his way to Saturday night with Andy Bolton. So congratulations to Andy.
91.
The bookmakers were right again. And we all thought, sneakily, that Andy would make it through this group. He's done so. And he now has a 100% record
42.
of winning Group A campaigns when he's here. And he'd look to go one further on Saturday night. Hopefully not denied by an amazing display once again. But there's no guarantee that the Group A winner will win the week.
60.
It very rarely happens, actually.
Unless your name's Luke Littler, it very rarely happens at the Super Series. He's the only player I can remember in this venue who's done it twice. Did it qualify for Week 10, then did it to win Champions Week in Series 3. There is a number of players, of course, done the Group A and then victory there on later on.
140.
Justin Smith, one of them. Saw John Worsley do it. Yella Klassen do it. It can happen. That's why it's so interesting, because the complexities of actually how you go on and win the week can be so differing.
123.
You can struggle and win a week here still. It rarely happens, but Kieran Tian is the case in point.
Absolutely. First person to win under this roof in a weekly campaign. And the only person to have won through to a Saturday night, then played in this venue on Saturday night, because we bridged
99.
that week.
Tommy
We finished in Southampton on the Friday.
170.
We started here on the Saturday night with launch night. No matter what happens over the next few years, Tian will always be the first. And Tommy Lishman's the first to get a 170 finish this week. He said he was going to do something spectacular in this game. It doesn't come much more spectacular than that.
Oh, he knew what he was doing. He's playing up to the cameras as well. And look at the smile in the background.
58.
I think there might be more. Now that he's got that, he'd be looking to check off some other things on his bingo
81.
card. He's been going for bullseye checkouts all day long.
You're not telling me that if the 150 is left.
I don't know what he's going to do. It all depends on what he scores in his first
59.
6 to 9 darts to what he could possibly leave. But he knows exactly where he's going to be the next couple of afternoons. He's been having fun all day long.
96.
He'll have fun. He'll try to win a couple more matches, because he's got both of the Swiss players in his sights in the next 4 games.
What was that song? All I want to do is have some fun. Oh, hello! Hello! That bounced out and in!
180.
That's a miracle, Max! That trampolined its way in!
$64.
I don't think Albert Einstein could understand that dot. How does that happen? So much has happened in a leg and a half in this game.
60.
Anyway, moving on. Thomas has left 144 after 12.
150.
Come on, Thomas, join the party.
Thomas should
Get
require
yourself a big check out as well.
144.
That's not going to help that cause. Now, what could Tommy do from here? I don't think ball 45 ball. He's not going to do that.
Tommy, you require 145.
You say he isn't.
Interesting. I can get behind that, you know. That's a bit of Rod Harrington right there, using the 45
65.
first.
Thomas should require 24.
So double 12 for 1-all. That's not a bad guide, you know.
Game
That
shot
finds
the
its way in.
second
It's one
leg.
apiece.
Thomas
17
Younghands.
data to level up for Thomas Younghands in what has already been quite an
Third
intriguing
leg, it's
game.
Tommy to throw first. Game on.
We don't need technology or the darts assistant referee. We just need
58.
Charlie. Because he doesn't get anything wrong. You know how in tennis they've got the let cord meter that clips to the top of the net? They
97.
used to have someone next to the net to see if it quivered. But it's a bit more... It's a bit safer, actually, having a piece of technology there instead of somebody
96.
possibly getting hit in the body or the head with a tennis ball. Well, this is a very safe sport these days. We don't have those violent bounce-outs that we used to have with the round wires.
Mind you, I bet there's one or two people who wouldn't mind being whacked in the head by a tennis ball.
140.
Anybody in mind? By the way, if you're not privy to what
99.
Henry Deacon is wearing today, he's acknowledging National Dennis Ovens Day by wearing something that looks like it came out of Hawaii 501's wardrobe. I'm not wrong.
60.
I know what's happening at the end of this leg now.
Yeah, Dennis Ovens is going to turn up and ask for his shirt back.
96.
Don't think Tommy was too pleased with that visit, but 152 earlier in the week. He went treble 19 on this shot because he wanted to get two of them for double 19. There's a couple of tricky routes for this. The other one is 251s and bull.
100.
So just be on
Tommy
your
require
marks.
152.
Get ready. Don't get set and go. But he did try it. 76 leaves. 76, and that leaves 28.
124. Thomas should require 104.
I like the way he thinks. It's intriguing.
He opens up a dartboard in the same way that Ronnie O'Sullivan opens up a snooker table.
48. Tommy requires
For a 2-1 lead.
28.
Visit number 6.
Game shot on the
profitable
third leg. Tommy Lishman.
Playing at a very good level all day. And are you watching Scott Mitchell? Are you watching James Hurrell?
Fourth leg, it's Thomas
Are
to
you
throw
watching
first.
Josh Richardson? Because don't underestimate this ADC qualifier. He might have only got 2 points today. Not as many points so far
58.
as yesterday. But I still see little bits of improvement. And he could still walk away with the same as yesterday, being 6 points.
100.
If he beats Thomas, and if he beats Stefan in game 15, who was licking his wounds after a 4-0 loss to Andy Bolton.
And we should mention the level that Lishman's playing. He's averaging 93.24 in this game. In these previous two defeats, he averaged just under 95.5 against Andy
95.
Bolton, hit 3 maximums. And he was also 33% when it came to the finishing. He was then defeated by Sebastian Białecki in that game. He was averaging 92.2. He had a 120 checkout. He fires in a max.
180.
He piles his average towards the 98 mark. He's had a big fish in this game. He hasn't missed a dart at double. Basically, what we're saying is he's playing at a level that in Group C could see him cause some right
100.
royal damage.
I hate to be the person that comes up with the puns because that's usually
121.
Chris Murphy's job, but considering what Tommy's done in this game, should we call him Tommy Big Fishman? Excuse me
58.
while I just get rid of
Tommy
this tumbleweed.
require 100.
100 for Lishman. Look north. Not far
60.
enough north. It was a somewhat cagey effort at double top. Getting the 2 singles there is quite smart because with Younghan's not on a finish, the last thing you want to do is get yourself on something small. You want to have that primary double with 3 darts in hand, and that's exactly what he's got.
134.
So
Tommy
Tots saw that
require
3-1 lead,
40.
this time under pressure.
Game shot on the
What
fourth
pressure?
leg.
13 dart
Tommy
breaker
Lishman.
throw for Tommy Lishman. He leads 3-1. He's averaging just under 98. He's 3 out of 3 on the
Fifth leg,
checkouts.
it's Tommy to throw first.
We
Game
were
on.
talking about unearthing a gem here this week in Tommy Lishman. I think we can confirm that status.
57.
Well, if he's a gem, based on his hair colour, he'd be an amber, which is a lovely stone. Not often mentioned, actually. Yeah, there's such a thing called an
96.
orange amber. Such a beautiful thing that you might find in some bits of jewellery. It was actually found in an AFC Championship ring in the movie
58.
Ace Ventura, which, quite frankly, looks a bit like your shirt. That's how he looks. It looks like Ace Ventura today.
To be honest, it's better than half my looks.
Minus the hair.
I'm just lucky I've got hair, to be perfectly honest.
41.
Tommy's nickname is the Flame. And at times today, he has been on fire.
137.
I am really looking forward to seeing what he does the next 2 days. There's not many times I've seen a new talent in front of my own eyes. And I've been this excited about what is to come for someone. But I genuinely am excited for Tommy's future.
Just imagine the way, if he qualified for Group
32.
C, the crowd would react to him on a Saturday night. They would love him.
Okay. So if you are coming here on Saturday night via dartshop.tv tickets and booking fees,
79.
have a look at the old QR code if you want to be here. Oh, he's left another one to win the match. But if he does get to Saturday night, I dare you all to wear ginger wigs.
100.
Come on then, Tommy.
Tommy, you
You
require
left it.
170.
He already wants it. Look at his face. He wants it so badly. Never mind. You got 6 darts for it anyway.
134.
Might only need 4.
He's left 36 after 15. The average just under 97. Leishman on the verge of another victory, on the
65.
verge of
Tommy,
completing
require
another unbelievable
36.
performance. Double 18 and now double 9 to seal it. Goes inside.
27.
And so Young Hands
Thomas, you require
can counteract the 170 we
167.
saw earlier with a 167 of his own.
This is actually harder than the 170. You can't get 2 of the same treble to leave the bullseye. That's why it is more difficult.
96. Tommy, you require 9.
Single 1. Leaves double 4.
5.
And he's caught in Desmondsville. on
Thomas,
2
you require
2s.
71.
Two in his hand, a double 16. Now 8s. It is for a break as well.
55.
Doesn't go, and so Leishman is back for those 2
Tommy,
2s for 2
require
points.
4.
He's missed 5 darts at double in this match. The majority of them in this leg.
Game,
But he hasn't
shot,
missed that much
and
dart.
the match.
It's
Tommy
a fine
Leishman.
performance from Tommy Leishman, who could still get 6 points from his campaign here on Wednesday. He's brimming with confidence. The average comes down towards the 89 mark, but the definitive highlight of that game, that 170 checkout, nobody's going to beat that this week. And Tommy will go to the practice room now and get ready for his final game against Belmore, which comes in game 15. But before that, we'll have the start of the procession for Andy Bolton as he takes on Atkinson in his final game of Group A after this.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the victory parade starts for Andy Bolton. His last match in Group A will be his last match until Saturday. He's already qualified after dropping only 2 matches all week, and there are 3 left to play now in this group. Bolton about to take on Adam Atkinson. Then Thomas Junghans meets Sebastian Białecki, who gave it a good go at chasing down Bolton, but could not close the gap. And Stefan Belmont will end today's action against the maverick Tommy Lishman. Bolton then looking to sign off with a victory. Atkinson only has 1 of those in this group. And to talk you through the action, it's back to Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, this is such a nice situation for a darts player to be in. Knowing that you've qualified, knowing that you're through, that feeling of relief, that feeling of euphoria, knowing that you have qualified through to Saturday night's finals. And that is exactly what Andy Bolton is feeling right now. His passage is safe. His destiny is Saturday night. But what he'll want to do at this particular juncture is complete the job and finish with a win and finish with a statement which says to the rest of the field, who he can watch over the next couple of days, to say, I am the
First
man
leg,
to
it's
beat.
Andy to throw first. Game on.
He did pop his head through to the commentary box after that 4-0 win against Belmont in Game 11. His only words to us were, is that enough? That in itself tells us a lot, isn't
100.
it? It's almost as if to say, I've put everything into these 14 games. Please tell me it's enough. And it is, Andy. You're good. You can have 2 days off. You can top up that incredible tan that you've already got. You can rest up and prime yourself
84.
for an assault on the Week 7 title.
And there's no doubt that Andy's going to have this primed in his mind, especially after what happened last time and the incredible performance Scott Taylor
59.
put in the final in Series 3. And he came close as well to doing it again last week, didn't he, against Barry Van Peer. And so that will be lurking in the back of his mind. And when you look at who's in Champions Week already, you've got, in my personal opinion, the best
57.
player in amateur darts right now in Barry Van Peer there. Andy Bolton isn't too far behind. Danny Lauby's been putting in some really good stuff, not just in the Vault Series, but back in his home
59.
in the United States. You've got Neil Duff, reigning WDF World Champion, and Steve West has been there, done it, and never, ever discredit Colin Osborne from any tournament.
Correct. And we still
80.
have quite a few weeks to go in qualifying as well. This is Week 7. And at the conclusion of Saturday night, there will be 5 more weeks to see who joins the pack in Champions Week, which starts in the last couple of
125.
days in July. Mark your calendars over the summer. August 5th will be Super Series 4 Champions Night. If you'd like to be here for that, you might want to be quick.
Andy required
as far as all the Saturday nights are
158.
concerned, that's the one that sells out quickly. Another one would have left double 19, so Atkinson does get a chance.
134. Adam, you require
He lost
100.
4-0 in his last game to Sebastian Białecki. Lost 4-0 against Belmont in Game 7. Lost 4-2 against Junghans. And lost 4-0 to Tommy Lishman in Game 3. So,
26. Andy required
has
24.
not been a bounce back from Adam. Still double 12.
12. Adam, you require
And because
74.
he's only won 2 legs today, he must win at least 2 legs in this contest to make sure he doesn't have the worst leg winning campaign of the week. That belongs to Junghans yesterday, who only won 3 legs all day.
Game
Bravo,
shot on the
Adam.
first leg.
Great shot.
Adam
That's
Atkinson.
your 3rd leg of the day.
So he's up and running. He's 1-0 up on Andy Bolton.
Second leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
And he's just got to try and draw any kind of confidence he can in this last game. Give himself something to work with going into his Group C campaign. And it's interesting when you just begin to relax a little bit. There'll be no pressure on his shoulders.
85.
And because of the exploits this week, the expectation will be on a Andy Bolton win, and most probably a handsome Andy Bolton win. And so by virtue of that, he can just relax into proceedings
140.
and can just try and enjoy it, relax, and by doing so, maybe draw out some of his best stuff.
He did have a 3-0 lead against Andy on Monday when they played in game 15. Unfortunately, he lost 4-3.
99.
And he is used to playing game 15 this week because he's had the long shift on Monday and Tuesday going from game 1 to game 15.
180.
Not so much today. He gets the early bath and will be done by around about 1:30 in the afternoon. So a maximum rest time ahead of Group C tomorrow.
Well, effectively 24 hours between
59.
matches. Enough time to rest up, recuperate, get ready to go. Andy Bolton doesn't have to
43.
worry about a competitive match until 7:30 on Saturday night now. Interesting to think, he's already through and we haven't seen half of the field yet.
That's correct. And if you lived
55.
fairly close to
and you
here,
require
you might
138.
even entertain the idea of going home for a couple of days. But Andy's not going to do that.
60.
He's not going to drive all the way back to Scotland to then drive all the way back. He'll spend the next couple of days probably hunting out some old pals, resting at will. He's got friends everywhere.
It's hard not to like Andy. He's such a popular guy on
83.
the circuit and on the
and you
tour.
require 78.
Lovely dart. 2 6s to equalise and to break back.
72. Adam, you require 120.
Time to climb the ladder, Adam.
Unless he goes 3 double tops, which is what Tommy Leishman tried a little bit earlier. Oh, what a dart that is.
80.
That is one of the darts of the week.
And he requires
Right near that
6.
top corner. Unfortunately, he might lose the leg anyway. But then again, he might
4. Adam, you require
So
40.
from the bottom of the board to the top. And
Game
it's
shot
Tyrrell
on the second
Atkinson.
low. Adam Atkinson.
He leads Bolton again. This time he'll be hoping to get over the line.
Third leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game
not.
on.
He sits on 2 points in the table and bereft of confidence. But if you can leave the group
100.
with a win against the person who won the group and the person who got 20 points more than you, that has got to be a positive thing.
97.
And we are going to have a bit of a change in staffing over the next couple of days. You're going to be going to the presentation booth over
60.
the course of the end of the week. We're going to be joined by Chris in the commentary box tomorrow after the afternoon session. And then
Got one more session with me.
Matthew Edgar will be joining us for Friday and Saturday. So it'll be great to have Matt with us again, giving his expert eye.
78.
I wonder what he makes of Andy Bolton's campaign. I wonder who he fancies to join him in Saturday night.
101.
I don't know. You can ask him on Friday.
No, don't you worry, I will. Oh, that's a real jet dart, that one. That's come out of the cannon. He's had a real problem at times with the weight of the dart.
46.
He has a very intricate grip, does Adam. It looks very light. Almost as if you were to tickle his hand, it would fall.
58.
Andy's got to jump all over this. He's got to see what's going on. He doesn't strike me as the kind of player that watches the
54.
board. He just listens to the referee and what they say. And he just gets on with what he does best.
122.
I don't know whether it's a positive or a negative, actually, but I used to always watch what my opponent did. I was always looking at what they hit, how they did it. If I was to give myself some advice for 15 years ago, don't watch anything they do.
125.
It doesn't
And
make
he
any
requires
difference.
60.
Ignorance is bliss.
Game shot on the third leg.
That's bliss for Andy.
Bolton.
Erodes the gap to just 1. And plays a little tune.
Fourth leg, it's Adam to throw first.
Playing
Game
the
on.
tungsten tune.
$58.
Such a beautiful day on the south coast that keeping cool in these conditions is something that you must do.
80.
These conditions here are as good as you will get. You think about some of the PDC action that we've had over the last couple of months. In Graz in Austria, melting on stage, some of those players.
97.
We've gone to places like Belgium. That was ridiculously hot. We went to Prague
100.
in mid-May, and it was so hot that the scaffolding was perspiring. I wish I was kidding.
Didn't like the actual perspiration of the building drip onto the stage?
Yeah, it was that hot in there.
60.
But one of the beautiful things about this place to play is that the temperature is very well regulated. And when they were looking for this
60.
new venue, they wanted something with a high ceiling. To have that sort of clearance, that airflow, it really works. Not one player in all the time that we've been here since September 3rd has said to me that it's either too cold or too hot.
40.
I think there's one day last Friday where the heat really was it was hot on that stage. I remember spending a lot of time up on that balcony, and it was a case of keeping hydrated. And as the summer goes along, that's something the players are going to have to do a lot more of,
180.
making sure that they are just keeping up those routines, keeping themselves going. We see it a lot of the World Match Play, don't we, where because it's so hot, and to be honest, the building at the Winter Gardens isn't too dissimilar to the one that we're currently sat in now.
140.
It is about making sure you
And
keep
you
yourself
require
hydrated to the
Yeah.
maximum.
If in doubt, here's a little tip for anybody as we look at Andy Bolton looking at double 18. There you
Game
go,
shot on the
2-2.
fourth leg. Andy Bolton.
Some of the biggest tricks that I learned in hot conditions were after I'd played at the World Match Play.
Fifth leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Take a leaf out of Stuart Kellett's book. You don't have to put your darts in the fridge because that's what he used to do. But a genius once told me,
100.
what about putting your shirt in the fridge? It's not necessarily the one that you're wearing on stage immediately. You take a fresh one onto the stage that you're playing on. But if temperatures do go up, have a fresh shirt rolled up in the fridge, and when things are a bit hot,
95.
you change into that one, you roll up the one that you wore before, put that in the fridge, and rotate them. It's genius.
Alex Small actually did something similar last week where he
83.
put his towel in the freezer between games, and so when he got on stage, because of the heat and everything, he could then put he can use that towel, and it just regulated the temperature just that little bit more.
Yeah, little things like that can make all the difference.
82.
Andy's had some good campaigns in his career, but he's never played at the World Match Play. I'm sure at some point he would love to
59.
do that.
When you think about it, he's probably on that list of best players who've never played in that tournament.
I'd have to agree. You're just giving
84.
Matt Edgar excuses to make videos for his YouTube channel because that's something that hasn't really been talked about. Best players never to have made the Winter Gardens. And what we will do
89.
is we'll look at all of the players that we've had this week. None of them today have made the Winter Gardens. In fact, none of them this week have.
38. And you
So we might
require
have to give you a little tungsten
170.
teaser for next week. Hang on. A minute.
132.
He really wanted to get one. And he would have smiled at Tommy Lishman had he hit that. And that smile looks a little bit whiter considering that glorious tan he's got.
80. And you require 38.
He'll probably split this. Double 16 for a 3-2 advantage. All of a sudden, he's looking very relaxed.
Game
And why
shot
not?
on the fifth
Because he's in
leg.
front once again.
Andy Bolton.
Come on then, tungsten teaser time. What's your suggestion?
How many people have
Sixth leg
played
gets Adam to throw first. Game on.
at Portsmouth in the MODUS Super Series and have graced the Winter Garden stage? Can you think of anybody off the top of your head? I can think of 3.
Sat next to 1.
121.
Oh, I can think of 4 then. I wasn't thinking of myself. Martin Adams,
Yes.
Robert Thornton.
Yes.
Doesn't want us to bring that up. He hates that place. John
140.
Yes.
Can you think of any more?
Steve West.
Correct.
Yellow Klassen.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to throw a curveball. Phil Taylor was here on the first night
60.
launch.
No exceptions. He hasn't played here. If you've got any other ones, by all means, get in touch with us on social media.
119.
But I'm sure we can compile a list by the end of the week.
Andy Jenkins. Chris Mason, of course.
Oh, yeah. He was there on that stage when Phil got that 9 darter 21 years ago for the infamous 100 grand.
Wes Newton. Not going
42.
down rabbit holes.
Please don't talk to me about Wes Newton in the match play.
Fallon Sherrock. The reigning women's world match play champion.
100.
You can then add Lisa Ashton to the list.
Did you say that your Simpsons character was
Mo
Mo
Sislak.
Sislak? With all of these answers at the front of the class, you're a bit more like Martin Prince.
58. And you require
Will Bolton be the
142.
Prince of Group A and coronate his place into Saturday night in some tune? Can he round it off with a big ton topper? And he was trying to do it with a bit of flair.
Yeah, don't blame him for going for the bullseye on that shot, actually, because the 25 left the next shot a little bit easier. Had Adam been
82.
on something like 75 or less, maybe the 42 was probably the right play. But Adam is going to be left pointless by the looks of it. Just like he was on Monday. But he can draw a
45.
line under Group
And
A
he requires 60.
if Andy takes this 60, and he can start fresh tomorrow.
Tops for Bolton. Double 10.
50.
Not this time. Atkinson is back and he'll try and leave it handy.
If we had a quad board here, he could finish 175. Start with a quad 20 for 80, and then you know how to get 95 with 2 dots.
99.
But this is no quad board.
And he required 10.
Now he's looking for the quad.
Game,
And gets it.
shot, and the match.
So Andy Bolton will finish this group as the winner and with a brilliant campaign of 26 points. His final performance, it was very solid. He was a couple of legs behind, but he confines Adam Atkinson to a final defeat, and it will be 14 defeats from 15 for him. Without further ado, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, it will be the final match in this group for Thomas Younghands and runner-up Sebastian Białacki.
Welcome back, and here he is. He's done it. Andy Bolton, congratulations. Back here at the Super Series. Last time you got right through to the final. You've made a really strong start this time. What were your kind of hopes coming into this one?
Yeah, to be fair, just the same as last time, I think. I just really enjoyed last time, and I came down this, whatever day it was. I've lost track of the days, but yeah, just looking forward to it. Really, it's definitely adds something different to what you're normally used to, and I just really look forward to everything, and I think the week's gone really well. Yeah.
It has gone well. I mean, last time you were here, you didn't win Group A. You came better towards the end of it. This time you have. We can show you confirmation of that now, top of the table. Ahead of Sebastian Białowieski now. He kept sort of nipping away at your heels today, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, yeah. It's like, and I've struggled a little bit with the shoulder today, so I'm quite glad of a couple of days off. Whereas last time I was saying that I'd be glad of a couple of days off, and then when I didn't get them, I think it kind of helped a little bit, playing that little bit more. But yeah, I'm really glad of a couple of days off. He just wouldn't go away today. And I was really conscious with playing in first game that as long as, the scoreline was close, then as long as I did the business in the other games, that I would be all right. But God, he just he was like a really annoying dog, like Bolt.
Well, towards the end of the day, he won a match 4-0, and then you won 4-0 against Stefan Belmont. Now, that is a match that actually got you through. He couldn't catch you then, but there were some key moments in that match, weren't there? A 1-2-8 finish and getting that big win.
Yeah, the 1-2-8. I knew in my head that a 4-0, I looked really strong because I coming in, although I was 4 points clear, I was 9 legs, I think it was, and so, like I said, as long as I stayed close to him, even if I lost the game to Sebastian, and I think I approached that game wrong. Really, I should have just concentrated on making sure I win 5 out of 5. But the 1-2-8 was good, and. But I look good as well. That's the main thing.
Yeah, nice tan. Paul Nicholson keeps mentioning it. How do you get that in Scotland?
Yeah, it's good Scottish tan. It's like I live near the shore, so take the dog a walk in the morning, and my boy Bailey and that. We just got the proper Scottish tan, and so we're all right. Go on holiday in 2 or 3 weeks, so. I can top it up.
A bit of a holiday now, 2 days off before Saturday. Last question, what's the plan now? It's
I
different
have
to last
no
time.
idea, because last time I was quite glad, not glad I didn't get through, but yeah, you've got something to do for 2 days. So now I need to find out what the local sites are beyond a chip shop and a kebab house. And I don't know, just really, I think, I struggled quite a bit with my shoulder and that over the years, and so, tomorrow definitely, I won't for a dart tomorrow. Maybe I'll just have an hour maybe somewhere on Friday, and hopefully refreshed and vitalised, and just go top up the tan.
Indeed. Well,
maybe
that's the plan, isn't
do.
it? Yeah, sun's in the sky. Do that. Rest up. We'll see you again on Saturday. Well done. A couple more games to come today, and we will get them underway now. Thomas Younghands taking on Sebastian Białowieski, who this man has just stopped from qualifying.
He had the X Factor, didn't he, Andy Bolton? Not just on the stage, but off it as well. What a wonderful interview that was with him and Chris Murphy up on the balcony. And do you know what that is, Andy Bolton to a T? He's just a real jovial, jolly, happy-go-lucky character. But when he's on the stage, he plays a real intensity.
He knew exactly what he needed to do. That was the most insightful part of that interview. He knew exactly that
First leg,
winning
it's
large
Thomas to throw first. Game on.
in his second last game against Stefan Belmont, knew that he was going to be comfortable. And he managed to get it done with a game to spare. But ultimately, he does get to 26 points. He will not be displaced on the points or the leg difference. Firmly the chief of Group A.
45.
But he described Sebastian Białowieski as an annoying dog. Just like Bolt. And that's why he's got that nickname, Bolt, because of
140.
said Bolt movie. So he knows about these players. And it's possibly one of the nicest compliments you can give someone if they are nipping at your heels and you're getting the respect of your elders
140.
by being good. We all respect Sebastian. We all think he's good. And watch out, Group B. You're going to have to try and get rid of the annoying dog.
180.
You got to stop the bolt from the blue for making it to Saturday night. That's Andy Bolton. Well, he'll be looking around the local
26.
tourist guides. Plenty to do in and around Portsmouth for him over the next couple of days. Plenty to see, isn't there? You've seen a lot of Portsmouth over the
140.
last few months.
Yeah, fair bit. I was in Portchester yesterday. That was nice.
See the castle?
No, I was at somebody's house.
100.
looking down at
Sebastian,
the
you
lovely
require
view.
41.
A very nice part of town, actually.
Tops of Białecki. This is for a 4-visit leg to break to start.
Game
Oh,
shot on
excellent.
the first leg.
Absolutely
Sebastian
superb.
Białecki.
Białecki, 12 darter, 1-0, breaker throw, as routine as it gets.
Second leg, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
Obviously, Adam Atkinson wants to start afresh tomorrow. But in a funny sort of way, even though he's won a match today,
93.
Thomas Younghands will very much be looking forward to a clean slate when it comes to Thursday. In the same way that Premier League darts can have a very
60.
strange effect on you if you have a bad start to a campaign, the Super Series can find you out as well. If you have a bad start in Group A, if you can't recover,
85.
it's a long week.
And it can happen to good players, such as Premier League football teams like Leicester City get relegated. And for Thomas Younghands, he's got a draw upon.
81.
There are bits that he can draw off of from today. Picked up that win against Adam Atkinson. He got rid of that wretched record in the end. And actually his performances have slowly but surely
55.
climbed back towards the levels we were seeing from him on Monday.
I think the biggest thing about Wednesday is that he has improved on Tuesday. Just imagine the
45.
unimaginable, that he could have got worse. He hasn't. He's got himself off the canvas. He's started to chip away again. But the truncated
93.
nature of Group C, when you get only 10 games, not 15, you get another bad start in that group. Sorry, you're not going to make Saturday. And it's only 2 spaces in Group C, remember?
93.
When Sebastian goes to Group B, he has the luxury of 3 from 5 spots. That's the benefit of being in the top 3 in
99.
this table. And he's done it before.
Well, potentially in Group B, you can lose half of your matches and still qualify. In fact, if you lose half of your matches, sometimes you do qualify, or most of the time you do anyway on 8 points.
58. Sebastian, you
You can
require
actually lose more than you can
76.
win and go through.
Yep. The week that I played in October last year, if I'd have got 1 more win, I would have qualified on 6 points.
56. Thomas, you require 164.
164 for Younghands. Give himself something to shout about. Not going to happen this time. So Białecki back for the hold after the break in the opener into
60.
racing to a 2-0 lead
Sebastian,
in
you
next to no
require
time at all.
20. Game shot on the second leg.
Okay, I'm going to ask you this
Sebastian
question
Białecki.
as someone who works in this sport a lot. You've seen a lot of dart players come through these doors
Third leg, it's Thomas to throw first.
who have
Game on.
remained stubborn on their ways of getting legs. Obviously, Sebastian has changed his plan today. Just trying to think how to
58.
word this question, because it's very obvious for me to ask you, do you think it's worked? Because it has worked. He wins this game, he wins 10 out of 10 points for the day.
40.
But how much are you impressed by how he's able to change, to evolve in the middle of a week?
It's something that we've spoken about a lot, the analytics of the game sat in these chairs.
57.
Looking at areas where you go wrong is a good thing. Looking at ways to improve is a good thing. But also at the same time, you shouldn't be all consumed by that negativity.
84.
And there's certain players that maybe every now and then can maybe look back at the tapes too much, and that create a negative chain, a negative effect. I think if you're looking back at the tapes, you're looking back at the games, and you're reflecting on it in a positive light. And when I say
96.
positive light, you're taking the criticisms constructively, as it seems Sebastian has. I haven't spoken to him to know whether he has watched yesterday's action, but it feels like he's taken something on board
100.
from it. And by analysing your game that way, similar to how a football manager would go back and watch a game again, and then when they go back into training on Monday morning, say, well, we're going to change certain things, or this is how our patterns of play will develop and change. That's exactly what Sebastian's done here.
80.
Think about it this way. If you've been watching this whole session, think back on all of his matches, including this one. How many times
59.
has he been left on double 16 and double 8 today? Barely at all. That's not an accident. These kind of things don't happen unless you make changes. And unfortunately for Thomas, darts are starting to deflect again like they did yesterday. He will feel
40.
like it's deja vu.
Well, in the previous game, the deflected dart actually helped him against Tommy Lishman, which is actually a video which has transcended social media over the last
96.
few minutes. You can
Thomas
head over to
require
@MSS Darts to
170.
watch that video in full as he looks for the fish here to reduce the gap in half and to 2-1. Not going to beat, so Białecki for 3-0.
60. Sebastian, you require 122.
1-2-2 is what he's looking for. Triple A team will give him a dart of the bull. Not going to get that, and so Young Hands is going to come back and return for the 110.
96. Thomas,
I
you
don't mind
require
that leave of double
110.
13. He couldn't see the 54. He's left this finish 3 or 4 times this week. And every time he's not had a shot at tops.
54. Sebastian, you require
Obviously
26.
likes the 57-17 route.
Game shot on
But
the
he's
third
3-0
leg.
down.
Sebastian
Białecki,
Białecki.
there was a danger. A really big danger, actually. That because he can't win the
Fourth
group,
leg, it's
his
Sebastian to throw
adrenaline levels
first.
could
Game on.
completely swamp. And he could be flat for this game, but nope. 50 darts for the first 3 legs.
59.
Very tidy. And maybe his motivation, Henry, is that if he wins this game, he will win 5 out of 5 for the day. He couldn't have done much more.
He's done his job to the best of his possible ability. And I think
100.
if there's one player that you felt would not feel guilt or fall foul of that no adrenaline, nothing to play for trap of then performance going down, you wouldn't have put Sebastian in
95.
that category just because of everything that we've spoken about surrounding him this week. How he composed himself, how he goes about his business. This could be either the World Championship final or a leg of 501 in his bedroom.
140.
He would treat it exactly the same.
I
I wouldn't be shocked to see Białecki in a world final in 10 years. Polish darts has got a lot to thank Krzysztof Ratajski for, and the people that have helped him. The Krzysztof Kachuks, the Sebastian Steyrs,
91.
the Radek Zaganskis. I love the fact that such a great nation is starting to give us great players.
95. Thomas, you
But he's
require
the next
170.
generation of those players. The other ones are all the same age. Sebastian at 19 is telling us that the future of Polish darts is very, very good.
98.
Well, it may
Sebastian,
not
you
even be the
require
future. He could be the
112.
present at the Super Series, and he's looking to finish off with a 4-0 success. Well, it's not going to happen this time. That's a rare flyer for Białecki. Haven't seen many of them from him over the course of the week.
31.
We've seen next to no visits like that
Thomas, you
from the
require
poll
72.
this week at all. 72 for Young Hands, a 3-1.
.220s left.
Game shot on the
220s
fourth
found.
leg. Thomas Younghands.
Let's look in detail at Thomas's day then, because when he played Stefan Belmont game
Fifth leg,
1,
it's
he
Thomas to
feared the
throw
worst.
first.
He
Game
lost
on.
4-0 again. He did get 4 darts at a double there. But that game, that win against Adam Atkinson, I'm sure to him it was a big sigh of relief. But since then,
84.
he has lost another couple of times in that entertaining game with Tommy Lishman. and to Andy Bolton by 4 legs to 2.
100.
What does he have to do over the next couple of afternoons to find his way to the top 2? Because after Monday, if you'd have said to me at that point that he's going to be in Group C, I would have said, okay, I'd put him up there as one of the favourites.
180.
I do believe that if he is to make Saturday night, it would be one of the best recoveries we've ever seen.
180.
Well, that has just dangled in the bed. It was pretty much being held on for dear life, that last dart. As far as Younghans is concerned, I think there'd be the pressure of expectation because of the last couple of days, apart from the one he'll put on himself. And that sometimes could be a nice position to be in because you can just relax. You can play your own game and let everybody else take care of themselves.
140. Thomas should require
That
137.
World class. He probably had half of that bed to aim for. I was convinced he was going for the cover shot.
121.
But because of that brilliant 140, he's now got a match-winning chance of 81 after a brilliant approach from Younghans. Bullseye to win.
56.
That could have been his last start of the
Thomas
day.
requires 16.
Then again, he might need another leg to get the job done.
And Thomas Younghans may just be slowly calling his way back into the game.
Thomas Younghans.
He might just slowly but surely, when he thought that Sebastian Białecki was leaving him in the dust,
Sixth
he
leg,
may
Sebastian to
suddenly
throw first.
see him once
Game on.
again through the front of his windscreen. And Sebastian Białecki has looked up to the wing mirror. He's had a look back and he's seen Younghans back in his sights.
100.
And now he's going to have to find that acceleration through the gears again to get the job done.
Even if Thomas was to lose this match from here,
57.
whether it's 4-3 or 4-2, he's got to take a little bit of credit in that he has not submitted. He could think the group's done. I'm in the bottom
96.
3. Let's just get this done. Pride, integrity, will to win. All these things come through your mind. They flow through your bloodstream and you think to yourself, do you know what?
140.
I don't want to go out like that. I want to go out with a win. Don't underestimate just how much confidence Białecki would take into Group B if he does have an undefeated day. But then again, there would be a target on his back. In fact, there probably will be anyway. But if he does have the undefeated day, more
100.
so target on his back.
But again, he seems like a player that won't care for that kind of pressure. He won't listen to outside talk. He won't
140.
He won't take in the environments around him. The full focus is tunnel vision like when it comes to Sebastian Białecki as he leads 108 to complete his campaign with what would be an average, well, into the mid-90s, averaging 94 at the minute.
60. Sebastian, you require
It's not really a surprise.
108.
He's got one of 3 ton-plus averages so far in this group. And plan A today of leaving tops has worked a treat because he's Mr. Perfect for the day and he will bolt his way into Group B over the next couple of nights. So get yourself a nice earned rest there, Sebastian. It's a great campaign for Wednesday. But as for Thomas Younghans, a defeat by 4 legs to 2 means that we will see him from 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon as we wipe the slate clean for Group C. Speaking of Group C, you're going to see Tommy Lishman and Stefan Belmont in Group C as far as Tommy's concerned. Stefan in Group B over the next couple of days, but they've got one more match left, and it's coming right up.
Right then, just one match left to play in Group A. All is resolved in the group, so it is just a battle between Stefan Belmont and Tommy Lishman, who can't now meet again until Saturday. They're going to go into their separate groups. Lishman in action in the daytime tomorrow in Group C. Belmont will be in Group B in the evening, but they will face off for one last time in Group A. And to guide you through every dart, it's back to Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon.
Well, thank you very much, Chris. And so the final run out in Group A, and we may well end with a little bit of flavour here as Belmont takes on Lishman to conclude our proceedings for Wednesday. Just to point you in the direction of the next couple of days of the MODUS Super Series, the action gets underway tomorrow from 1 o'clock. Group C getting underway. Will be live on the Super Series YouTube channel for the first couple of hours before then.
First leg, it's
joining
Stefan
our friends over at Sporty Stuff TV
Game on.
from 3, and then the evening action gets underway from 10 o'clock on Sporty Stuff TV, the Super Series YouTube channel, and then we'll rinse and repeat on Friday before Saturday's finale kicks off at 7:30. So that is your card marked for the rest of the week here in week 7, and judging by what we've seen so far this week, I wouldn't move a muscle.
100.
I wonder what we're going to get from these two to finish things up on Wednesday then. It has been a very eventful group. Not all of the glittering stuff has been
77.
just in the Białowieski and Bolton corner. Lishman's had his highlights. That 170 earlier was maybe the best finish we'll see all week. I'm sure it's going to feature in checkout of the week on Saturday. But what about that other checkout that he had earlier that I'm not going to let be forgotten?
60.
That 120. Treble 20, treble 12, double 12. If the moment arises, Tommy, I dare you to better that.
Could well happen in this game.
It
because
could.
There's nothing to... Obviously, they're playing to win, but that pressure of expectation in terms of results isn't there.
Well, what you've got are the two people in the middle of the table.
56.
Belmont's on 16 points and Lishman's on 12. They both have a positive leg difference, so they've had very similar campaigns, really. Maybe took Tommy a
60.
little bit longer to get going on Monday. But just to emphasise his fourth-placed finish, a win here for Lishman would get him to 14 points, and just behind that of Belmont. Otherwise, the Swiss player
121
will be 6
Tommy
points
required
ahead of
146.
fourth place.
$94. Stefan, you require 47.
47 for the opening leg for Stefan Belmont. Well, he's missed the big number there, so he's going to have to chase again. Does he go 13 here? Yes is the answer. Double 16 for the opener.
How many
15.
times this week has he missed singles?
Tommy, you require 52.
Double top.
Game
And double
shot
10 gives him a textbook finish.
Tommy Lishman.
He got that chance because Stefan missed a single.
Second
and
leg,
he
it's
only
Tommy
got
to
one
throw
dart at a
first.
double.
Game on.
It's that simple. It's been said for years by the great Rodney Harrington.
140.
Do not miss the big number. And don't ignore big numbers in practice. If you just go up in practice or having a throw
100.
and take single numbers for granted, then you're the fool. Practice single ones, twos, all the way around.
57.
Go from 1 to 20 without missing one. It will stand you in good stead.
And I can, well, preach to that particular point when I played in the local charity competition last night. Missed the big number, which would have left me a
91.
dart at the bull.
Which number did you miss?
Missed the big 15. Had Topser in the first leg.
93.
Missed that. Then 2 treble 20s. Yanked the third one completely out the board. And then, yeah, should have had a dart at the ball zone the last leg. Suffice to say, I lost 4-0.
Should have. Could have.
40.
Didn't. There you go. Don't miss the big number. You'd rather have a shot at the bull than a shot at nothing.
180.
And if he relaxes like that, he could do an awful lot. 180 to leave 31.
Do you know what the thing about it is? We've seen some great stuff from him today. I still don't think we've seen the best of this guy yet.
I agree with you.
60.
I think there may be another
Tommy
level
required 31.
to this guy's capabilities. He's going to be pushed by some very good players over the next couple of days. He might find
24.
another ceiling.
Right, 3 double 14 with your opponent on 210.
That's all right, because he's hit double 14 at will this week. I think that's one of the nicer routes.
100. Tommy requires 7.
When you're under pressure, it's actually a really good shot because you've got a lot of odd numbers at the bottom.
Game shot on
Great
the
shot for
second
2-0.
leg. Tommy Lishman.
Belmont's looking flat. And Lishman is
Third leg, it's Stefan to
looking
throw
hungry.
first. Game on.
Question for you then, Henry. Does Belmont get through Group B?
39.
50-50. I think a lot depends on the start. I mean, if he gets off to a
96.
slow start, which, in fairness to him, he hasn't. He has actually today beat Young Hans in his first game. He beat Lishman in his first game. He lost 4-3 to Young Hans in his first game
59.
on Monday. But if he gets off to a slow start, I think in Group B it can be a hard thing to arrest back, especially if you get a couple of players who win their first 2
43.
matches. It could be a tough hill to climb. No pun intended, by the
No,
way.
you do not want to miss Group B. Picking 3 out of those 5. It's not a job I'd want to
92.
do. So what we'd rather do is have 10 matches on Thursday night and 10 matches on Friday and let them decide.
128.
And what we'd love even more is for you to join us for that action on Sporty Stuff TV. Don't forget as well to get in contact with us at MSS Darts on our social media handles. Our
97.
social media team do such a brilliant job of getting all the latest content out there and engaging our audiences. So do tweet in and we will get back to you directly into the commentary
137.
box.
That's a good dart, but it's not an ideal lie. That first dart is like the Leaning Tower of Belmont.
120. Tommy required
Tommy did well to leave this
97.
2-darter. Get this. Double break. Double 19. It was the right play.
57. Stefan
Depending on what
required
Stefan does,
94.
he might look at double-double himself. But he decides the bull route. Got 2 options. Treble, 17. Or he could have even gone treble 11 bull.
53. Tommy
So
required
Tommy
40.
for 3-0.
Game
Never in
shot on
doubt,
the
was
third
it?
leg.
Lishman's a leg
Tommy
away.
Lishman.
From finishing off his Group A campaign with a commanding and comprehensive
Full
victory
leg,
against
it's Tommy
Stefan
to throw
Belmont.
first. Game on.
You can just tell how relaxed he is by the way
140.
the arm is just being allowed to move. There's just such an effortless energy about it. A natural energy about it.
68.
We haven't seen much of this guy before, but depending on what his ambitions are for the sport, if he really wants to, we could see a hell of a lot more of him in the future. Dare I say, if he carries on in this vein of form and he can continue playing at these levels, we're going to see him on a lot of stages for a lot of years to come.
100.
Averaging 94.2. He's been excellent today, and he just hasn't had the points really that he deserves as a consequence because he's come up against some perennial performances. He came up against the
95.
ton topper from Bolton. He came up against the inspired performance by Białecki. Effectively, those are the points that stopped him from getting into Group B at the expense of Stefan Belmont, who's going to be there tomorrow night. to 86
Tommy, you require
for a 4-0
86.
win. And don't be surprised if the bullseye comes into play. Well, it's not now. Double 17 for tops.
66.
The board management of this guy is just ridiculously good. 13 dart to finish if he can find tops.
100.
4-0 success.
Tommy, you require 20.
Put him on to 14 points. Double 5.
15.
Inside. And so
Stefan, you
Belmont gets a
require
reprieve.
133.
And you wouldn't put it past him, you know. You wouldn't put it past him. Not at all.
117.
Just grazes the double 8.
Tommy, you require 5.
And so Lishman is going to get 2 more. A double 2.
Game,
Only
shot,
needs the 1
and the match.
to round off
Tommy
a 4-0
Lishman.
success and to get the better of Stefan Belmont to 0. And Tommy Lishman, the way he's been playing today, is going to be a real perennial contender when it comes to Group C on Thursday and Friday respectively. He has put in some powerful performances. Maybe not always got the points, but he is going to be in the reckoning over the next couple of days. He rounds off with a 4-0 win, an 87.13 average and 33% when it came to the finishing. And so Lishman is the final victor in Group A. Andy Bolton was the man at the top of the table. And to analyse all of that, let's head up to the balcony now, where Paul Nicholson is in the company of Chris Murphy.
Thanks, Henry. Yeah, what a way to finish the show. A week that's been all about the X Factor. But Tommy Lishman's got a bit of X Factor about himself, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. I've really enjoyed watching him play. And to be honest with you, Murph, I'm really looking forward to watching him the next 2 days. I think Group C has got a real problem with him.
But it is Andy Bolton who has qualified. He's made it through. And look, as he said before, Sebastian Białowieski gave him a little bit of a run, but he's just strutted stuff, hasn't he, all throughout this week, this group.
Experience tells sometimes when you are constantly asked questions. And you think about some of these finishes that he's done this week. That was enormous, that 109. But 109 has been following him all week long. And he's found the answers. And he talked about the 128 that you're just going to see here. You get that 54. You need to get another one for a shot. But look at what Stefan's got. He's got 16. There's pressure on these shots, and he's up to it every time. He knows exactly where he stands, and every time he's asked that question, he just knows how to get there.
And he knew he had to win this match to win it 4-0 to qualify at that point, to avoid it going down to the last round of matches. He did that. We will get confirmation of that group. Andy Bolton, of course, top of it. He was just an immovable object, wasn't he, in the end?
When you get to the #1 spot, you don't want to be displaced. It's a bit like Bryan Adams with that song he had in the early 90s. It felt like it was going to be there forever. But Białowieski with a brilliant campaign. If you look at 24 points and plus 19, that would have won probably 75 to 90% of the groups that he's played in, you know, every time he's come here. But this time, he's got the experienced winner of Group A again.
Yeah, and it's no guarantee that you'll get through to finals like we've seen. Other players have brilliant Group A campaigns and not make it. And Sebastian Białowieski still needs to go and do his work when he goes into Group B. In fact, we'll take a look at the groups for the rest of the week. Białowieski in Group B, along with, Stefan Belmont, Paul Hogan, Owen Bates and Alexander Merckx.
I've just said in commentary that I'm not sure I can pick 3 names out of that 5. That is a great group to watch over the next couple of nights. I think maybe in Group C, from what we've seen this week already, that there are some strong horses and maybe some people that will have to up their game, particularly Adam and maybe Thomas. But we have seen encouraging signs from him today. But that Group B is absolutely insatiable.
Yeah, also some stature in Group C, though. Scott Mitchell, a former world champion, coming in. Josh Richardson, he's done great things. World youth champion. James Hurrell, England captain. So for those players who've had a tough time here, they do reset to 0, but they've got to try and shed the baggage.
Absolutely. You look at Hurrell and you look at Mitchell, and they will come in as favourites because of their experience and what they've done over the last few years. But don't discount anybody else from getting themselves into a position for qualification, because everybody's got the same slate now. They've used the first 3 days to get themselves sharp. Their confidence might be dented a little bit, but at least they might be a little bit sharper than the people coming in cold.
Final question on this group. Well, it's more of a look ahead to Saturday. Bolton, last time he was here, didn't actually win Group A. Lost in the final on Saturday. He's now won Group A. From what you've seen, do you think he's going to go and win it this week?
I think it depends on how that shoulder feels come Saturday. I'm sure he'll be fine, but the level he's shown all week long, it's very reminiscent of what we saw from Christian Kist a couple of weeks ago. And Christian got really close, but ultimately lost to Osborne. I'd like to think that Andy will get through, because I think with his experience and his really good form in 2023, it'd be a nice step forward, just like Barry Van Peer from last week, for him to get through to Champions Week. So I think he can do it.
Yeah, it's shaping up to be a great Champions Week. We've got 5 more sessions to bring you, including 2 tomorrow here at the Super Series. 1 p.m. start on the YouTube channel, 3 p.m. on Sporty Stuff TV, and then again on both platforms for the 10 p.m. Group B start. But in terms of Group A, well, for the X Factor, his Saturday night started right here.